donations all the time, and he got fat, and then he got not fat.
So my thoughts on the army is that we'll have an army that's 12 infantry, 4 cavalry, and then once we get cannons, we'll just stuff 5 cannons in every army. Is what we're doing. Okay. And we'll keep that formation probably for a long time until we get like supply increases and like the military tactic stuff changes.
My vacuum broke.
I imagine you just walked in, saw your vacuum, like kicked it, and like it shattered, and you're like, it broke.
No, it's gone now.
Cleaning up Rosie's area, then it broke.
Okay.
You got stuck.
And we're all there. And we are live. Hello, people.
I'm gonna be here, and I'm in charge, and those other motherfuckers with their hedonism aren't here, and we're gonna try to be a bit more organized, maybe. There's a lot. They left a big mess.
There was a real big mess that was left behind.
They left such a mess. I hate this as well. I don't like Hungary having all that. I would really like Poland and Hungary to be 2 countries.
I really don't know if there's anything we can do about it.
Yeah, we could look at Hungary, right? And we grab him by his mustache, and we tell him that you give me this land, and then we release it as the vassal Poland. That's what we would have to do. And Hungary might disagree, and then we might have to convince them.
Convince.
Okay, so do we have is it okay, so this must be fixed.
Yes, that is a thing that we have decided that we will fix by molding our air out of clay, since it decided that we don't actually have an air when we most certainly had an air.
Converter didn't like how any of that was, so it's just add _error. But the converter didn't like it, and if it's not here, then it's bad. That's not correct.
We can fix it.
Oh no, it says okay, good. It says Alpin down there. That's Prince Consort. I was scared. I thought that the family immediately was fucked raw.
That will be about the only thing that we do end up doing. There will be small things that have to happen for progression later on that we'll also have to cheat in, like
the Reformation, and then after that, I think we'll be chill with any shenanigans.
There's Undacom.
Don't worry, lad.
Oh, I'm recognizing
There's Comgun.
Oh, Comgun. Oh, I'm gonna have to rename some provinces probably, because there's gonna have to be a province near London called Dag, I think.
Yes, the Abbey of Dag. That's a thing.
That's some deep Alba.
There it is.
There we go. There it is.
You are now Doiblesk.
So that's the air. Also, so Tyler the first.
Hello.
You're 0 and I'm 91. So when I die, what's going to have to happen is there's going to be a regency for a long time, which I think for the purposes, I think we'll say with a regency whenever it happens, because that wasn't really a thing in the previous game. When it happens, we'll say that the previous ruler keeps happening until the new ruler officially happens. And then, if a regency council, or God help us, an interregnum happens, that's when it becomes parliamentarian. And we all have to, like, decide together.
Our religion should make interregnums an impossibility.
I believe so as well, but you're 0 and I'm 91, so I'm gonna die. I don't know how I pushed you out of my womb. God,
Mama, help me.
Let me move my camera real quick. So 1 second, or I guess I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, the bottom left would be a good place for it because there's nothing down there.
I was just thinking that. Oh, don't do that.
Are you able to move the Discord overlay?
Yes. Oh, you too.
Oh, yeah, everything died. It's all white. Yeah, we can see the computer.
There we go.
Oh, that's not good.
There's gonna be a lot of information on screen here.
They can see our parsecs.
Don't.
Well, they can see the code for the game.
Put the thing on.
There we go. So one good thing is that Tyler, when you take over, you're a pretty good fucking ruler.
Yeah, not bad actually.
You're above average.
Oh, that's neat. I guess I am not alive.
You are literally a newborn babe that we crafted of clay and
That
breathed the
came
breath
out of a
divine life
91-year-old,
into.
you mean?
What do
Yeah.
you mean? You didn't come out of us. We crafted you. We molded you using our blood and golem magic.
I don't think that's how it works.
You are a homunculus, Tyler.
You don't understand just how holy our blood is.
It is that we had an emperor who was floating at one point.
We had an
He would
emperor who
kill-
was
he would
floating.
kill-
We had an emperor who had to eat his people in order to cleanse them of their sins. It was a whole thing.
Oh, I
But
can't.
why am
type.
I a golem?
Because it said you didn't exist before, so we had to make you
William.
exist. Yes.
I can't type.
Oh.
Make that just to make that 16K.
Come on, then.
So that's going to be that template.
Hello, Gov.
Don't you dare say such language that doesn't exist. How dare you disgrace our beautiful house with such base language? Not
So who's
base,
gonna be Dag?
base. I think Oxford, I think Essex.
I think Bedfordshire.
Because the
Bedfordshire.
Abbey of Dag was actually south of London.
Actually, there's a thing. So when you do this, like this is like the province, and then down there's like the city.
Mm-hmm.
So where's a good? Yeah, like here you have Essex, then Chelmsford.
Mm-hmm.
So here in Oxford, we can just make that Dag. So erase that, make it Dag. Just so that's there. We all know that's there.
Dag is now a thing.
Dag is for depots here.
Isn't
And
it
never
sad?
left.
Wasn't there a city named Comgan down there too?
Yeah, I don't know where to put it.
Just put it in Essex. It was around
This
there.
would be Comgan. Make it Comgan. I don't know how to spell any of it, so you better.
I can't do the thing, but it's fine. It's close enough. So we have things up in the top left that need handled as well. Just pointing that out.
Okay. So I need to. Who do we hate?
We hate the Moose Lambs. Also,
We
the
do.
Arabian Empire is absolutely going to shatter, like, immediately, because they are
I'm gonna
massive.
sit on them, and I'm
How
gonna.
is the Germans holding up?
They're fine. They are fine underneath our boot heel, where they will remain forever.
Okay.
I do not like that.
Well, you don't have to.
So I'm going to. We have some points. We have some precious points. Why is that 50?
Oh, is that good?
I feel like that's quite high.
I mean, I guess it's still for
Okay.
the area.
So I'm gonna have them go here.
I
you
will
go
say,
here.
we probably will want to increase our stability, like, as soon as possible. Because if we hit negatives, then the Great Peasant War is going to start ticking up.
We'll have an army here. We'll have an army here. An army here. So we have 16K. So we'll end up having like 4 armies total. How many generals can we have right now?
4,
Probably
I believe.
3 or something like that. 4, good.
Because we are the
this
preeminent
army's-
power in the world.
This army's going to be far too large, so we're going to have to reorganize that. This is probably going to need to be broken up into 2 armies. We have to rename a lot of armies too for organization's sake.
Oh, that thing that William thought he didn't have to do.
It's not going to come up often.
But he shall work.
It'll be fine.
Okay, so what missions have I succeeded? I'm such a good ruler. I haven't
We
even started
discovered
the game.
India.
Let's get some Diplo power immediately. There we go. Verdun's unhappy.
Yeah, because
We're
they're dirty
done.
Muslims.
If
Or, I'm sorry, Muslams. That's important.
can we resolve that?
No.
We'll resolve it later. Okay.
All right.
I think.
What about our diplomats?
1444.
It is 1444.
Who do we even care about talking to realistically?
We can improve our relation with our vassals. Make sure they never take up arms against us.
Yes, let me activate all of these first of all. I hate that they have any of them closed because I just want to look at them all.
The great organization has begun.
And I'm going to improve relation with you because we're going to absorb the piss out of you. And let's go talk to Carpathia and let's start improving with them. Don't abandon personal union, that would be disastrous.
Please no. Please God no, because they own Hungary.
It's like we work hard on it. Everyone's names have been.
It's horrible. Their heir is Greek.
Oh,
Interesting.
I like this alternate timeline.
It's a very scary timeline. Things are about
Kind
to.
of a mess. We'll fix it, and they'll all be one at some point.
Europe is a real powder keg that could explode the very
this
moment that
well.
Alex dies.
There's another super thing over here too.
Oh, I didn't even realize
Just
we had
goes
one of those over there.
Boom.
Stability cost modifier, more missionaries. Missionary maintenance cost. Local unrest, more missionaries. Stability cost modifier. That'd be pretty useful for us.
Yeah. I actually have never played with the Leviathan DLC, so all of those things are all very new to me.
You're
Oh, have
gonna
you
learn
looked
some
at the Arabians yet?
I haven't. I just assume they'll all die.
Oh, they immediately split apart. They owned
good.
everything that the Mamluks owned and all of Arabia.
Okay, so I hit play for a second and then they went away.
Yeah.
Hooray! So
who
these
are
are the
we
borders.
I mean, I guess that's true, Jordan. It has always been a powder keg. But it became a real one whenever we decided that we wanted to have a 91-year-old queen. And you wanted to
I
hit
want to
100.
wave at Jordan. Hello, Jordan. How are you doing today?
You are not allowed to wave unless you do it in the chat.
Oh.
Every single thing that's colored here is a part where we're like, this is Alba.
This is all Alba.
Everything that has color on this map is something that means that we either directly or indirectly control it. So that gives some context. Oh, sweet Lord, have mercy. Okay. So, what are you doing? What are our merchants doing, actually? So he's in Saxony. So we probably should. We're collecting in the English Channel. Right? Yeah, we're making no money there. What is the trade situation? Where did I not set up the trade?
You did. It's under development.
Speaking of development, how hard is my head?
You are 0.
Your head is
Yeah.
very, very soft, especially in that middle part. It's really fun to poke.
Why do you do this to me, Grand Vizier?
I must make sure you are educated, and I must stimulate your brain.
She is now righteous as well.
Oh, you're dead!
That didn't take long. Okay,
That took a grand total of 1 month.
It just fell over and died.
So that's the last of the Sams. The Sams are gone.
And now his boy toy is raising the new golem child.
Well, to boost this,
I'm not a year old.
Oh,
we need 211. To raise
yeah,
that
and that's
guy.
gonna start ticking up the Great Peasant War soon.
Yep. Good. Let's just let it play. is. Okay, so... Okay. So you go over here.
Jordan's concerned already.
Also, our capital is really, really fucking cheap to develop, so we should start doing that as quickly as possible.
Over there. Right, okay, so there's that.
The baby ruler shouldn't be a terrible issue. We have, he has a regent, and the regent is actually not terrible. We are a maritime empire.
What does that do?
It gives us claims on Gibraltar and a good admiral.
Do we want a good admiral? Oh, that's right. I didn't do the Navy. So the Navy needs to be figured out. So what is this? Okay, so this is going to be, this is exactly what it says it's going to be. And I'm going to send you to England.
England.
Oh, this is a powerful fleet.
Yeah, it is. Probably the largest in the world, too, I might add.
What about making London, that costs Diplo points. So at 200 Diplo points, we'll move the trade capital to London.
Yeah.
I imagine a cooing baby on the throne.
It's happened before.
Clapping hands and clapping feet together.
The youngest ruler we've had so far has been 6 years old, and you are now a golem child of 0.
So am I going to be made of clay forever?
Are you going to what forever?
Be made of clay forever?
Well, you're a human now. We just made you out of clay, and then we bled upon you and breathed the breath of God into you, and now you're a human. You're a real boy.
Oh. You'll have to educate me later on your ways, because I'm a baby, and I know things from the very beginning.
Yes, we must teach the babe.
Mm-hmm. I'm literally a babe.
So, little babe, knowest thou of military matters? Yes, you must lead the armies.
Oh.
Just fucking throws up on the throne. You will be a fine leader. Probably not the worst one we've had.
It's true.
We had one who got herself locked in a wall, actually.
How did that?
It was a thing.
That's getting expanded.
The poor
as
vizier.
Part of the ongoing rehabilitation efforts.
This vizier is a different one, I imagine.
This vizier is so far very powerless, and you're just gonna sit there.
The vizier that existed before, that was ancient, died along with the end of the last game. But we could say that this vizier, who was the boy toy, who is now leading the country, could be the next ghost vizier.
Ghost Council?
Ghost Council is different, and I don't think we actually need a Ghost Council, technically. Because
Are you abolishing it?
Well, there's no reason for it to exist. It is obsolete. Or I guess we could do it.
But the ghost will haunt thee.
For the ideas, I guess that will be necessary.
Or else we will fuck each other repeatedly, and it'll be... Okay, so I need this army to get to Britain. We have no transports in our empire, which is
yeah, we do.
Very...
In our big navy, we do.
We do? I thought those were galleys.
We have 31 transports.
Oh, we do. I didn't even notice that. Okay, so they're going to be separate.
Oh yeah, Sam did do really, really bad things, and he forced the first queen of Alba, who was a leper queen, to happen. She was pretty good though. She lived longer than I expected her to, really, since we never treated her for her leprosy. Every chance there was, she was never treated.
It happens. There's a little bit of scurvy happening.
Her leprosy would just flare up, and she'd go to the doctor, and the doctor would come to us, and we'd just say, no, don't do anything. Leave her alone.
You should check back on me every birthday I have.
Do we want to increase our Diplotech, or do we want to move the trade capital to London?
If we increase our Diplotech, we can start making markets. And then we can start making more money. If we
let's do that.
If we move our trade, if we were to move our trade city, I don't think we would necessarily gain anything out of it yet.
It would give us a bunch more trade power in the English Channel.
It'd give us more trade power, but would that actually equate to more money overall? Since right now we're collecting in the Lubeck trade node.
We're collecting in both. Actually, no. That's something I was going to change. I was going to have him go collect up here instead.
We automatically collect wherever our main trade city is. So we are collecting we were collecting in Deloria as well.
Lubeck is always going to be the actual proper. Up here will always be more valuable than down there.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever you collect in a place that is your capital, you end up having even more. You end up collecting more. Mm-hmm. More of it stays put. Actually, we could consider sending resources to the English Channel from here, since we're going to control the majority of it. I might end up doing that.
Yeah, if we can, we definitely should.
Once we shift the trade capital over, the trade hub over, then we'll do that.
We're also making pretty decent money too, so that's a thing that we can utilize.
Well, that fell apart. It fluctuates rapidly.
Fair. Having the ships out at sea, that affects it.
Okay, so we have... this army is so big.
And they're dying. They're dying so much.
They are. That's why I'm going to fix it. Okay, so... I want half of the cavalry.
I will also say, this peach knee-high, I don't know if other people even know what brand this is, because I think it's more local and like southern type, but it's fucking delicious. I've never seen it like anywhere else in the country, and I want more of it. This ends my public service announcement.
Deal.
What?
You get bribed to do a brand deal, dude?
If Nihai wanted to pay me to advertise their soda, I would absolutely do it.
You put it right in the camera.
I did.
Okay. So, William?
Yeah.
You to rename this the 4th Army, this the 5th Army, and then this the 6th Army.
Oh, okay.
Just go through the list and then fill in the numbers. So this is going to be the 4th, and then the 5th, and then the 6th. And so I've reorganized our fucking like 10 forces into 6 solid armies that won't just stand there and starve to death.
That'd be important.
And we'll be able to put generals in some of them.
There. Oh, it didn't save any of them. God damn it.
You did it real wrong!
How dare you, William?
I don't want to hear it from you. You're a spider.
The baby starts to cry.
I'm a spider.
That baby better fucking stop crying!
And then once that's happened, I'll move the armies around and I'll decide exactly where I'm going to garrison them.
Me. I keep doing
And then once I have them properly garrisoned, I'll have them all conform to the template so that they'll be correct.
Am I one yet?
No.
It's been about half a year since I started.
Hooray! I have grown twice as my size.
I don't think that's how babies work.
Okay, so the 4th Army will be here.
This one did though.
First army will be here. Fifth army will be stationed here. This is the. Okay, so we'll put that and that.
It's too big.
I guess theoretically you could just grow at an exponentially rapid pace like a fucking clone trooper, but
Can you be fine?
but you would still be a child mentally for many years.
Yeah.
So I imagine a
what you
full-grown man with like a 5-year-old's brain.
Mm-hmm.
You conform to the template, and then when these other ones stop marching, I'll have them conform.
The peasants are real great, and they really want to revolt.
And it's going to take a real long time for me to fix that.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. I have to give land to everybody.
The estates, you gotta tend to the estates.
Clergy, you want some land? Yes, you
No.
do. You want some influence over all the future monarchs after me? Yeah.
Oh, well, if you insist.
How dare you? It just put me just there. We'll wait. We'll pause on the great land giving. For now. But if I can fix that, yeah, by doing that reduced the cost to do this by fully fucking 20 points just by doing that.
Actually, really worth it.
So that's why I'm like, it must happen.
I don't like giving land rights. It's really scary.
Well, it has to happen. I'm sorry, our empire's too fucking large. I think with how our technologies are, I'll just do the first round of all the technologies because of how hideously low they are to get. So I'll just go ahead and grab all of them.
And the Renaissance will still spawn in Italy, which means it'll... Oh, and our empire is so fucking massive, it's going to take a while for it to spread.
Yep. And we should not... We shan't do any edicts, because edicts increase the province, like, maintenance of the state by 200% by its governing capacity.
Well, at the very least, whenever it happens, we should upgrade Deloria until it spawns there. Not only will it make us more money, but it will just give us that extra institution spread.
It's fine. We're gonna be so ahead of people that we don't need the Renaissance. Who needs it?
We will.
It's like we don't need it right now. It can take its time. We have no rivals near us. We don't have to worry about it.
I know, but we have 5 years, and in that 5 years, we're going to be the most advanced people in the world. And then we're going to start getting real dumb when the Renaissance happens, and Italy's going to get real smart.
What's that? Look at this army list now. It was a nightmare before.
It was.
A heinous little nightmare.
Verdun really wants to be part of the North Sea Empire. Which has not and will not ever exist.
Do we need...
Can't let that happen.
It's like this many forts in fucking Ireland. It's like absolutely not. It's the answer to that.
I'd say get rid of Cork.
At least, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of Cork.
Yeah. At least Limerick is more in the middle.
We don't
Push
need
the castle over.
So we're just like going to the ancient castles and just like demolishing them. It's like, this is dumb.
You can probably get rid of
You just have to
Glamorgan
push
down in Wales. We have one in Gloucester already. And Gloucester's the main port over there.
Having one in Cornwall's dumb.
That is also
Push
dumb.
them into the swamp.
Glamorgan right there to the north of it.
We have enough to fix this.
Yay.
Stop all that.
No, we need to get it positive before it stops ticking up.
Hello, Byzantine Empire. Sure.
You want to march through our lands?
Maybe the Byzantines will happen.
They won't.
Who even are they?
I know they own Malta, but I'm not sure what else they own.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, they own Crimea.
Yes. Yeah.
They're
The
real
Byzantines
all.
have some pretty,
Oh, they're also
pretty
losing a war
strong-
in northern Anatolia.
Oh,
Hooray!
Fuck them then.
Well, they were DeLoreans. We cared about them in a past life.
Let's see. I'm gonna demolish this one.
Yeah. There will be coal there in the far future.
The far future.
We're not doing a fervor focus for our religion.
We are not. I could have done stability, which probably would have, which would do that, and I want that.
The Byzantines got real fucked in Crusader Kings. They lost Constantinople a while ago.
Where even is
They'll
this?
never have Rome again.
If you hit the thing on the top left, it'll show you. Ostierland.
I just fixed no.
We don't.
Whatever. We get bonuses to our legitimacy anyway.
It's true. We are totally fine on legitimacy.
How am I doing?
You are still... Oh, you're a year old. Almost 2.
Can I walk yet?
If you are
Probably
1 year
not.
old, you have an incredibly powerful claim to the throne.
Well, we bled on him, so...
It took 1 full year. Look at this fucking dog.
Could probably get rid of the one in Rostock?
Where did Mommy go?
Yes, we're gonna get rid of Rostock. Mommy became a corpse.
I imagine like a court alchemist like rubbing the baby's head and saying, "Oh, Mommy's a corpse." Picks him up and puts him on the throne. Doesn't fit on.
Oh, you little child, it is okay. Your mother is a corpse.
This is where the Reformation's gonna spawn.
Wittenberg.
Delete it.
He's been deleted.
The baby whispered its first words, and it was a command.
I got rid of like half the castles we controlled.
And we're probably making like a whole 12 more ducats out of that.
It's beautiful. And we got the Diplo tech. Right? Yes, we did.
Yep. We can
So
move our
now
trade
we have.
city.
That's what I was about to do. So you're going to be the new. Yeah, you're the new main trading port.
Alright, now how much are we making per month now?
I think you have to wait for it to tick over for that to happen anyway. For the month to tick over.
If you go to the economic screen, it'll tell you automatically.
What do you want? Yeah, sure. Cool. It's time for someone to it's time for someone who disagrees.
Stuttgart, let the Germans handle it. They can very much handle themselves.
This rebellion was 19,000 strong, and then I activated our church. I started churching, and it went down to 7,000.
Yay!
We went over there and we started having regular orgies, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, well, yeah."
Sunday ass is important. It is a staple of our religion.
We removed the M.
It always has been Sunday ass.
We have that, so we need some generals, and I need to appoint him in charge of the fleet.
You should actually put him in charge of the trade fleet. That way he's out doing things.
Is anyone pirating?
I don't think so. Yeah, 0% piracy.
I don't trust them. They're gonna pirate me. I normally rename all the navies, but I'm not gonna do that yet.
Of Captain Jack Sparrow.
Comgan Hawk.
What a name! Okay, what else needs to be going? It's been some years.
The
There's
babe is almost 3.
There's no one's empire that we want to have because that would harm us. Get that
It's my
going.
birthday. What do I get?
You get a nation.
You'll get a general.
I'm not ready.
Oh.
Do you want me to? Oh, I was gonna pause it.
What have you done?
I don't know.
What have you done?
Do you want me to give you keyboard controls?
I don't know what you just did.
Do you want
I don't know what you just did, William.
I don't either. Do you want me to give you keyboard controls so that you can pause it at your leisure?
You fucked us.
I'll take that.
One of those options was paying 300 ducats to something.
Well, we didn't. Apparently.
We didn't choose that. You chose whatever horrible was the other one. I didn't even read it. You fucker.
I didn't get to read it either.
You just like the Prince Consort was getting a letter, and then some dickhead just like spilled wine on it. It's like, it's just in the back.
I was trying to give you a time device. Make time stop.
We've had a famous William Oopsie, and he's not even supposed to be controlling anything.
I was trying to pause it so that I could ask you if you wanted the ability to pause from your own keyboard. But it's fine. It's whatever.
Congratulations, you made it much better.
There is internal strife in the courts.
Okay, we now have 4 through all the texts. Let's see, I was gonna give you a...
Alex, you've now suffered as Sam and I have suffered, where William just presses things.
I was trying to move the mouse to press the pause button, but okay.
And I'm gonna put these people in safe locations. I'm gonna start having them drill. Because our empire is so big, you can safely drill and not have to worry about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Japan.
Okay, so they'll die there.
Japan is fully having its Sengoku Jedi right now.
That's where I scraped my teeth in this game.
You're a baby. You barely have teeth.
I know. I'm teething.
I think that's a thing you do at like 2.
I'm like 3 now.
So you should have your teeth by now. You have teeth, but they're not your adult teeth, I should say.
They're worthless, so I start pulling them out.
Embrace autocracy.
As we
current
should.
Government style. We're not even feudal nobility. I'm guessing they decided that based on some of the edict stuff we had previous one, like the power structure. But
Probably.
we are autocracy.
Probably the Crown Authority.
See, so we have fleet and being, naval maintenance. We probably are going to have to get the naval maintenance one realistically, because we already have a lot of heavy ships.
True.
So I'm going to get the naval maintenance one. Oh, that'll cost all the money, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to look at that. I'm going to put that off until there's a new king, and then they can make that decision. And if it dooms them, that's their fault. Let's start hiring advisors.
When am I to be coronated?
At 16.
When
Unless things happen.
Like my assassination in the crib.
Things.
As a Catholic, I don't want him, but all these that's very expensive. We're not having him, he's Catholic.
All the ones with the silver borders are women's.
Well, the women follow the correct religion.
The one that lets them do things.
Look at that, 9, 10, 10.
That is unbelievably massive, I should say, for those who don't understand.
It's a good thing that the boy toy just happened to be great. He is a bit of a cocksucker, but causing revolts and the like. And it will be a sad day when the proper emperor takes power and all of our stats go down.
The Vizier will just be the new Ghost Vizier.
Does he get entombed like a pharaoh?
Probably. When the new king takes when the new king takes over, he just gets locked into the dungeons and until he eventually dies, and then he is interred like one of the kings of old.
Pretty desire.
Sounds like a punishment.
No, it's an honor. Trust me.
Why are they thrown in the dungeon? Is it a good dungeon or a bad dungeon?
It's the dungeon where he's expected to die.
He doesn't even get to have a relax in there.
He's relaxing right now. He owns the country.
Oh,
He is ruling the empire. He's living. He might as well be a peasant living as a lord right now, and he can enjoy that until it's time for him to stop enjoying it.
oh, I see. Thank you, teacher.
Yes. Take these lessons and learn, child.
I will. I'm learning so much.
I wish I knew what the tax rate of that province was. There's no thingy there. I don't know what that is.
Norduland, that's the place with the fort there. Yeah. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see it.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's fine. It won't go down to below 3, so I can live with that.
They just want to rob you, my emperor.
We're in the Age of Discovery.
Yes, and we will be for a while.
We hold 3 thrones.
Yeah. And that Danish one that's on the second to the right, we get that.
Oh, cool. Because we are everyone.
Yeah.
We are British and Danish and Dutch and whoever we want to be in Europe, really, and eventually Roman.
Roma. Though owning more land than Rome ever did.
It'll happen. It'll happen one day. I wish I could fix this. Because for us to annex them, they need to be at 50%.
Yep, and really the only things we can do is if we were to take influence ideas.
If I could just, like, tell them, it's like, don't pay us taxes for a bit, and they'd get over it. And then they wouldn't know that in the background I'm actually planning on making them non-existent anymore.
Are there not things you can do to make their liberty desire go down?
Well, there is, but they're temporary and they're not enough.
Well, yeah, they're temporary, but they can be done.
It's like it won't. It's like not until we get the Danish thing.
I don't think we could even start for like another 10 years anyway.
Let's see, what are we on tax?
Got 4 years before the next one comes up.
700. Okay, we're now in the range to where I tend to want to get technologies like their costs. When they get to around 700 or lower, that's when I tend to want to go for them. So I'll end up getting those soon. I want this to be as high as possible because I like armored professionalism. I like it greatly. I like the reduced cost generals. I like the siege bonuses.
I like it when the men don't die very much. We can also increase any of those trade centers.
That's exactly what I was doing.
The French are having rebellion problems.
Did this upgrade? Did. They got in my eye and I couldn't see. So something I tend to do, since the markets are percentile based and the increases, I only increase them in provinces that have a decent trade power to begin with.
Yeah.
So typically I only increase them in provinces that have either a trade port or some natural feature that increases it.
You should check the Great Peasant Revolt, because that might be a thing that creeps up on us.
I think it's fine now. We're stable.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we're fine. We're stable. We're stable. Don't even worry about it. In fact, look how stable we are.
I like that better.
Wow,
And we're gonna stay stable for a long time. Because when he takes over, it'll be fucking seamless and fine.
True.
And don't you die in the crib. That'll be very annoying. Then we can blame Tyler for ruining the family.
Yeah, it would be his fault. He is the golem child. He's supposed to be the one.
Point at him like you rat fuck.
Then the Germans can take over.
I feel like the golem child is like our version of the Messiah at this point.
I will misinterpret it, and I will take it as the golden child.
Sure. Whatever you gotta do for your self-image. Hello, doggo.
How the hell did this faith get so widespread so fast?
We put people in charge who converted.
People were so okay with getting rid of Catholicism. Like the peasants, they were like, whatever. They and like Orthodoxy as well. They're like, Christ is dumb, and they went straight to Islam.
We did convert the Byzantines.
There's some stuff down here.
And then there were the Jewish hordes. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
You do not need him. These revolts are getting worrisome.
They're expected. And they can be handled by the vassals.
I hate that this isn't France.
It's West Francia.
This isn't France. This is France.
It's North and South France.
And
South
West
France
Francia
is France, and North France. This is the junior partner in the relationship with this France.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they should have got good.
Get that inflation going. Lesser Alba wants to marry into us. Yeah, let's get it going.
Gotta preserve that Alban blood.
Wait, who married who?
Yes.
We married into our own family again.
Yes, as
Wait,
it should be.
what?
Let's do this more.
Am I married?
You're in a personal union. You can't do that.
Oh, can't do that.
You can't
I
marry
wanted to
yourself.
harder. I wanted to marry. Yes, you can. In fact, they just like I don't know.
You could probably
more like-
marry. You could probably marry
Alex,
into Hungary
can I marry people?
when you're king.
No, you're too young and stupid to do anything.
Oh, nope.
Oh,
Where do we want to throw our seed at? With incredible violence.
I don't think anyone else really likes us.
what is a ratot?
What is that? Franco-Aryan separatists. What? I don't even want to even think about what that is.
It's French.
When have we married into Sweden?
They don't like us.
They're Jewish.
They are Jewish.
They're like, no.
If you click on us, I guess, and you can check our the people's opinion of us. If you click on that opinion thing, yeah. Turov. Oh, half of those people have already asked us to marry them at some point.
Let's get married into the Byzantine some more.
Could.
Actually, no, I'm not doing that because we have enough diplomatic relations. That would be foolish.
You want to bleed monarch points, don't you?
No. In fact, I'm very eager to get these technologies immediately.
Soon.
Oh, that's not in my country proper yet. It will be later, but it's not now, so I don't care.
What
Get
does
this
baby
economy
do?
going.
What does baby do?
Baby is.
Baby is a baby.
Yeah,
What do you
baby
think
is
a baby
being
does?
baby. Baby is like almost 7 years old. You're starting to form thoughts that are still not worth listening to,
They're not worth listening to. Yes, that's true.
but you're starting to think at least. That's what's important.
Uh,
I will say something I've noticed is that in the converter, the capital port bonus isn't calculating like it should. This should be a 3.
No, it says it on the left side. Down there by
Does?
the war score. Yeah.
Oh, it does. Okay. It should show up here as well.
No.
Estonia said some shit. Bollocks.
Estonia is the only people up there who can compete with Sweden, so we could always try to play them off of each other.
We are way ahead of time now.
Yay.
That means that we're gonna have points to spend to do stuff with.
Look at our innovation. We have 16.7 innovation. That's like that usually takes like 50 years to hit that.
We're fucking smart. We're wicked ass smart.
Wicked ass smart, ma.
What is my name?
You're Doobie.
You're Doobie.
Doobie want chocolate.
Ugh.
I want Doobie's little goblin.
Send Doobie to Germany.
Doobie wants
Send him
chocolate.
to me.
Not you.
But it's the Germans.
We'll send him to Aachen.
1494. God damn it.
The city of emperors.
You are
Power projector.
displeasing the further with your choices.
Well, I don't care, really. You are, how you say, unimportant.
We're gonna have our first change of military units.
Yay!
We're gonna leave the medieval infantry.
Okay. So, I feel like for the first bit, we have to stay with the Gaelic ones.
I was about to say the Gagalek one makes sense, like, ethnically. I would normally just go men-at-arms.
The Galaglaig were mercenary bands from the Hebrides who mixed traditional Gaelic and Norse styles of warfare.
We're gonna do that. So we got the big swordsmen of the north.
We just give everyone big swords and tell them run at the enemy.
I usually don't choose them, but, you know.
They're very
Whatever.
aggressive.
So all of our infantry have been changed into something else.
What does the training look like for those people? Do we just put our armies in two big groups and have them run at each other?
They do relays.
A good question. And I'm sure it has an answer somewhere. Okay, so...
Where is father?
You
Father's
did not
busy.
have a father.
Well,
You had a
then
mother.
where is mother?
Mother is core.
Mother is
The
core.
alchemist told you this.
Core.
It's like your alchemist told you this.
Where is the alchemist now?
What do you want?
You're not the
All these
alchemist.
revolts need to stop happening. They're making.
No, the peasants.
They need to stop it. Where's Colding? Is that in Germany?
I think that's in Denmark somewhere.
Why do they keep revolting in Denmark?
Yeah, right
Are
there.
these people technically Danes?
They are.
Yes, that would explain that. Okay, so I need to make them accepted. Because converting them is too much of a fucking hassle. So any culture converting really needed to be happening in Crusader Kings. If it came here, then it's pretty much set in stone, in my opinion.
I converted the actual islands and I converted the land off to the right, but off to the left, they're still Danish.
Well, I'm not spending that money, so we're gonna have to deal with that.
We're gonna crush them.
Why are they angry outside the palace?
Because they are heathens and they don't understand that we have the divine right to rule them.
They
It's
don't
what
like the
peasants
baby
do.
king.
They also
what
don't
They
like
don't
the baby.
like me?
No, they don't. They really don't. They think it's actually really heretical, but they'll get over it.
Can you teach me about the divine right of kings?
Absolutely.
I'm glad you asked. Long, long ago, in a
Barbarian.
distant past, our great ancestors forged an empire. And with that empire, we got the right given by God to rule over the peasants.
God told you that?
God didn't tell me, but he told those other guys.
Oh.
The Renaissance is happening.
Star-eyed child. Vizier, they are dead now.
They are very dead, yes. Would you like
They
a souvenir?
Sure. What would it be?
Just takes out a pocket knife and starts ripping off a finger from one of the dead peasants. Keep it as a reminder. The peasants are always beneath you.
Choose on it.
Perfect.
It's in Rome.
Well, I mean, you're almost 9, so do you really want to be chewing on it? Is that what a 9-year-old would do?
I haven't been taught any better.
I guess that's fair.
Rome
I'm
now
a baby.
has
I was a
different
baby. You only taught me so many things.
And baby doesn't have traits yet.
I don't, so
He's dumb.
Love itself.
I'm the stupid boy that doesn't know anything except for the divine right of kings.
What's with all these fucking Catholics?
I think it's time to teach you the German ways.
We have
What are
Catholics
the
in our
German
land.
ways?
I'm gonna have to have a Catholic in charge here, right there.
See, we take the people we don't like and burn them.
We have done that quite a lot in our past.
We stick them in the gas.
It's like it was something that
What
had been
is-
done.
What is gas?
Mustard gas.
What is mustard gas?
That is way later.
Kills.
We have
As-
swords for
like-
killing.
Oh, we didn't that far back yet, so.
It's 1450.
Ah.
53. We just figured out
Comes
big
along in
sword
the First World War.
We haven't even figured out how guns work.
hasn't happened yet.
At like 1914 to 1918 is when that shit happens. We're like 500 years off.
What? Revolting.
That's like Victoria Age. Late Victoria Age and into Heart of Iron.
Yep, the
That'd
end of
be fun.
Victoria is World War One.
That'd be fun.
I don't think World War I is going to happen in this universe.
At least not in this continent.
If it happens, World War I will be The Conquest of the World by Alba.
That would be fun.
We're gonna give away more land. I know. I
know.
It's happening.
Why do they give land away?
We
That
own
is
so
our land.
little land.
Look how much land the nobles own.
Oh.
That won't ever come back to bite us.
Surely
Ever.
not.
Your cake. Vizier. Vizier.
What do you want, child?
You're just so annoyed with it.
The child never had love.
Why do we... Never.
His vizier is cruel, so it only makes sense.
He's cruel and he hits.
He hits. What do you want, child?
Why do we
look
give
at that.
land away?
Look at that.
What is that? My eyes!
That's because we own too much stuff, is what that is.
I can see the infinite.
That's because we own too many things.
The child saw that in the brain, like in his thoughts directly, and he sobbed.
As he should. It's a lot.
I forgot what I was going to ask Vizier. I am sorry. Goodbye.
Your fucking brain. I hope you're ready to take power, and not that long from now.
I am at the age of questions.
I'm spending our money as much as possible so that we can get a thriving economy going. I got rid of most of the really scary icons up here.
How much money do we have, and what is it used for?
Everything.
We have almost 100 money.
We were
Is
when
that a
we
bond?
started. I was making about 6 per turn. I started making per month, and I got a little bit up there by reducing a lot of forts and all that. I actually increased the size of the army in my reforms.
Why did you break Nightbot?
What else?
Well, the spider was the last one to interact with Nightbot, so that's a good question to ask him.
If we wanted to, by the way, like if someone really decided to piss us off, we can add another 40,000 men to the army.
Yeah, we have the ability to do such.
If we needed to.
And to answer your question, boy, the money that we have is not a large amount, but it is just enough to build things if we need to build.
I thought we were the greatest country of all.
We are.
I've made more generals happy.
Oh, what is a general?
A general is the man who leads the people who die for us.
Like the warriors?
Yes, the ones who die for us.
I'm trying to fix it. I got our governing capacity up to 800.
Kongan Hawk is dead.
I just... Well, fuck him then.
Vizier, why do they die for us?
Because we tell them to.
I'm so tired of Verdun.
We tell them to, and we have the divine right given from God to tell them to. Any other questions?
You know, whenever one of us are like actually in charge, we have the ability to like make some really long-standing decisions.
We do.
So I'm gonna make the Danes an accepted culture group because they keep complaining a lot, and so I'm just gonna do that.
I'm pretty sure Nightbot was working last week. Verdun can be converted. It'll just take a while.
When was the name change?
I think it was like 3 weeks ago.
Where in the Sam hell is Verdun?
Vizier, where is Verdun?
I think it's northern Germany. It's one of the lands we control, not one of the...
It's this...
There it is.
Why is this Moose Lamb?
Because the Moose Lambs were there, we kicked them out.
Oh yeah, this is when the churches give taxes. Shit. Forgot. I do that one mod. One of the things the church does, it makes it towards easier to convert people.
Tisk
Forgot.
tisk.
So that means we need to have churches everywhere.
We do. That's just more tax money.
Absolutely everywhere.
And the more we build, the more money we make.
How come the churches collect the taxes?
I don't know. I tried reconciling it. It's dumb. Almost any mod that changes how buildings work changes that. It makes no sense.
You are my favorite person, alchemist.
Once concerts well connected, oh, that's good. I'll save us
You
some
only
money.
exist because God has allowed it.
We need these courthouses so bad.
We do.
I have greatly increased the capacity of the nation.
How does
But-
one speak to God?
We need more.
You get down on your knees in front of a burning Muslim and you pray to God.
Okay. Can I have a burning moose lamb? Whatever that is.
We can give you a burning Muslim. We're in the process
wish
of
to
burning
commune
many
with
right
God.
now in Verdun.
Ah, I guess I should go there then.
Yes, we will send you to Verdun, and you can pray before the burning Muslims.
Reform!
I wonder what kind of object a moose lamb is.
We will curtail the noble influences.
They do not need to have power.
We will curtail their power and get more tax revenue. The growth of draperies.
Denegg.
These places will prosper greatly as time goes on.
Zia, I don't like this. They are screaming.
Yes.
I thought it was an object or an animal.
Let their screams resonate within you, boy.
I will speak to God now.
Yes.
He gets on his knees and tries to pray. That is the only way he knows how to pray.
It is the only way we DeLoreans pray. Well, I guess we also allow the burning of Catholics and Jews too, but the Moose Lambs are the ones that we're in the process of getting rid of. And they're the closest thing to a threat that we have.
The boy will remember this.
As he should.
The path toward the Crusader has begun.
Well, realistically, we could declare war on anyone near us and win that war with a lot of ease. It would not be difficult. Like, we could declare war on Al-Andalus down there in Spain and just have our vassals swarm them with over 150,000 soldiers.
The problem is this.
Yeah, but yeah, it's...
What is the issue, Alchemist?
The issue is that we're already losing the papers on who owns what. Because there's a lot.
There's a lot to govern, and it's gonna take work to make it to where the Empire doesn't collapse in on itself.
That would be bad.
That would be bad.
The Germans are coming. They have scary German flags.
I do not like the Germans. They are scary.
They have scary ideas.
Ideas? Like what?
The infantry combat ability plus 15%. They have a idea called adopting the Gushta.
The Byzantines have begun the Great Peasant War that we avoided.
We did. It almost happened, but...
So they walk like gooses?
Yes, and it's hilarious.
Actually.
It's also scary.
We should... I believe it is time to educate the boy on, ideas. And how they work.
He's getting close to that age, but, we're gonna get that tech very soon.
I guess we can wait. How long do you have before we must inter you?
I don't know.
It's a few years. Most likely it's gonna happen while I'm still in charge, but... What?
Where is that?
What? Borgalhassa? Get out of here.
I guess that's a Danish place. Technically, the Crown of Denmark exists up there in Norway, but they barely own any land.
So, I'm thinking either economic ideas or quality ideas.
Well, what is the boy going to be good at?
He's
What do you mean,
all right across the board.
Well, boy, you have certain stats, and those stats allow us to gain monarch points.
Oh.
He's fine all across the board.
Yeah,
and we have enough money to where we can constantly afford having advisors, so we don't really have to worry about that. We're
This
going
is
to
a
have
good
the
one.
last jousting tournament.
Yay, the last one ever.
It's the last one in Europe history.
What? I want more. They are cool.
No, they're done.
They are done.
Why are you like this? Bring them back.
No one likes them anymore, and they're useless now.
But the knights, they're in their shining armor, and they save the princess.
We are officially gaining fervor points while having one of these active.
Yay.
So we will now forever have the stability one active.
As it should be.
Soon I'll start rotating the generals out so we can get some of these other armies with high drill score.
The Byzantines' Great Peasant War is over. I think they might have just lost.
It's like a random. That they're a
Oh.
pet public now.
Well, at least they're still DeLorean.
Look at that name.
Oh.
I don't even know how to begin to pronounce that.
Stellaris
It's got a hyphen in it.
Enzudios.
It had a hyphen.
I don't know if it's more Greek or Gaelic.
We need those admin points.
We sure do.
Go suck dick. Big one.
The merchants say no.
I'll send you to hell
Oh, fine.
with my righteous authority. Get ready, Tyler, because you're not only going to be the emperor, you're going to be emperor of Alba, which means you rule Europe, but you'll also, oh, the Dutch are thinking about revolting. But
It's not our Dutch lands, though.
you'll also be in charge of the DeLorean religion as well,
Which
which
is-
is all of that.
All of Europe.
Teach me about the DeLorean religion.
So our main tenant is Sunday
progressive.
ass, and we have orgies every Sunday.
Women
me
have
about
equal
it.
rights. There's a lot of sex. Marriage is between whoever you want and as many as you want.
Mm-hmm. We typically cap
Oh.
out around 4, though.
But you do obey what the state says. They
Okay.
made sure that there's still obedience to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So I can marry as many people as I wish?
Yeah, of any gender you want.
Ooh.
Yeah. You can have your wife and a little fuckboy.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's fine.
Wow.
Whatever.
What the fuck kind of name was that?
I don't even wanna.
Royal Marriage.
Marian Singlier.
Married.
Prince Consort
Beloved
Regent
Harry.
Berthelem Campbell.
Yeah. Thank God that EU4 is like, we're gonna simplify these names a little bit.
They were
it's
real
just this
bad.
and this.
I'm Dubosek.
You are Dewey Blesk. You are Doobie.
Doobie Lay.
Shut up, boy!
Oh.
You have another 4 years before I have to listen to you.
I'm 12.
You're a shit stain is what you are.
Yeah, I want either quality ideas or economic ideas, one of the two.
I would be alright with quality.
Quality improves all the military all across the board, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Oh.
once we get quality ideas and economic ideas, we'll get the policy. That'll give us another discipline increase.
Discipline?
And we get
Oh,
discipline from
we will go
quality.
over the military mechanics when that time comes.
It's been... I don't know. I'm but a lad.
You
What?
don't
Is
need
there
to know
fighting
right
in
now.
land? Oh, they're training.
You don't even need to think about what war means right now.
What is war?
War is when we send people to die for us.
Is it that simple?
Yes.
I see.
At least for you it is.
So, can I send people I don't like to war?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can even go to war if you want.
I don't want to go to war because I will die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that can happen.
Yeah, that's likely what will happen.
You can
So-
actually get in the field and be like, "It is I am medieval," and you go in and you charge in.
So, what you've told me is war is a thing you send the people you don't want around to go and disappear.
Yes.
Essentially, that's one method.
What are the other methods?
To take.
Take? You take, like what?
Our artist died.
If the people we go to war with have a thing that we desire, we can take it from them with our war.
What
We
do
love
you
having
mean?
all female councils. Apparently, it just keeps happening.
It just keeps happening. Oh no, there's a rebellion in Carpathia, and they don't have nearly enough troops to face that, actually.
So they're going to take over. Actually, isn't that bad?
I don't know, but I think we should stop it.
Well, we have something to do first. We're gonna get this.
Okay.
So now we get ideas.
Ideas time. So,
we want equality.
this is our Ghost Council for this game. So if we do quality ideas, we'll just make our army and navy just better all around.
Yes, all of it will get a combat bonus. We'll end up getting discipline. So what discipline is to break it down simply, is every percent of discipline you have over 100%. 100% is the default. Every percent you have over 100 is that percent damage increase that you give and damage decrease that you take.
Yeah.
So if you have 105%, that means when you're in battle, and if the enemy has only 100%, you're doing 5% more damage to them, and you're taking 5% less damage. So you want your discipline to be as high as humanly possible.
Yes. And we will be able to have, in later times, we'll be able to have like an additional 30 to maybe even 40% discipline increase.
And a path I'm wanting to go down, and then after we do it, we can go in different directions and I'm fine, is I want quality ideas, because it just makes the whole army better, and then we get discipline. And then I want economic ideas, because it does many very wonderful things. And that also. And if we have both economic ideas and quality ideas, we unlock a policy that's somewhere in this list.
It's the very top one.
Yeah, weapon quality standards, which will give us another discipline increase.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a certain combination of ideas, you can adopt a policy based on them, and it gives you a different bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you mix quality and economic, you get one that makes it to where you get another discipline increase. And so that would make us at 110% pretty early on, in fact.
Which is more than most people have, like, at the end of the game.
Economic ideas in general is just really good, too. Every single ability it has is useful.
It is really good.
There's a lot of ideas where I like some of them and hate other bits of it.
But essentially, Tyler, this is how we characterize our nation. This is how we customize. So the ideas that we choose will define how our empire runs, essentially.
Oh. Okay.
So we're going
Am I
quality?
part of the Ghost Council?
You are a part of the Ghost Council. You do technically get a voice. So you can choose anything on there, and we can debate it. Or we can just agree to do quality ideas.
So, yeah, explain the Ghost Council is, in the last game, whenever there's going to be a decision that would affect everybody, and there's no way to, like, go back and redo it, then everyone, including the people who are not currently in power, would have a say. And what it is, because it affects everything forever.
Okay.
I on the Ghost Council too?
No.
No.
Oh.
Spits on him.
I want to be on the council.
No.
Germans don't get on the council.
Germans stay under the boot, not at the table.
I'm going to click quality ideas.
In fact, they go underneath the table and they give fellatio.
I'm clicking quality ideas.
I assent.
You guys know more. I will assent.
Bunk.
Now, I think we should destroy the Germans.
Now,
No,
as much
do
as
not
I
destroy
would
them.
love to agree with you there, that will be a project that will take many decades to undertake. It will be possible, but it will take a long time.
I can't wait to get started.
You and I both, boy.
No, do not kill me.
Don't worry, we're not going to kill you. We're just going to erase your culture and make you one of us.
Being Alban is to live a life of luxury.
Yes.
I want to be German.
No.
Speaking of that, what is the
Why
culture?
would you want to be German when you can be Alban and free?
Well, here are Gaelic people.
Because you all are conquerors, not freedom fighters.
They're Gaelic.
What
Who
are
did-
he
who did
talking
you
about,
people miss
Vizier?
here?
I've read
That's
the history
Mercian.
books.
Yeah,
You missed some spots.
we didn't have time, okay? We had to move over to Deloria.
And then there's the Danes. And
Deloria is cold.
Norwegians.
Deloria is fine.
And then there are these fucking
Oh.
backwaters over here.
The spider is gone.
He is dead.
Fell in a big hole.
You threw him into a hole.
He fell.
Save him. He was my favorite clown.
We have a good bit of money.
I have to save him because he helped me realize that the Germans have to be erased.
Yes, boy, you understand. You may just
What
make
is-
a good ruler yet.
What is bankrupt?
It's
We
a
don't
dirty
want
word.
that.
Don't you ever say
We
that
like-
word.
We
I
make you
see it over
fucking-
there on the right.
No, you don't.
We make you fucking put soap in your mouth for that.
I am being punished for something I did not know.
Oh,
You committed a horrible crime.
Lithuania had a real bad time.
Yeah, and they went bankrupt and they changed governments and they have a new monarchy now.
Don't say that word in front of the boy.
What? New monarchy?
Not that one, but yes, they have a new
Changed
monarch.
government?
We don't like that, but that's fine
Wait,
to
there are
speak
other
of.
governments?
There are other governments to have?
I thought
They-
everyone was king and queen.
It's complicated, but all that matters is that we have the divine right of God to put these people beneath our boot. Understood?
Yes. Yes.
Good.
I look in these other books, but they also say that they also have
Just turn
right
it
of
off.
God.
If you,
Turn off.
we already know how to play this game.
Never tell me again.
The Regency is almost done.
Does that mean we are battling to see who is the truest
Tyler, you're
king
about
of
to be
all?
in charge.
Yes.
I see.
In
It
like
is
a year, you're going to be in charge, and then you're going to get your first personality trait.
Oh, I will be a person soon.
You get 3 personality traits. Treaties on natural philosophy.
Woo!
Clergy.
He returns.
Let's make the clergy more happy so we get more money.
Money
There's
is
this weird
good.
We are
German
making loads of
guy.
cash now.
Now he's gone. I don't know what happened to him.
We're making loads and loads and loads and loads of cash.
Buckets and buckets of ducats.
We sent him into the dungeon, like the Vizier says is a good place to go.
It's almost time for him to go to the dungeon.
He gets sad. Oh.
I don't think it'll be worth it now, but in the future, I'll probably make it so that, well, we can probably make it to where the merchants here send over to the channel.
A new commandant.
Don't worry, Vizier.
Ooh,
The
that's
dungeon is a
fun one.
wonderful place, just like you told me.
It is a place that I must go to. Not that one. The cheaper one's the bottom one.
You're right.
There's Igor.
It's luckily you said not that one so hard you made this come up to stop me. 7? Whatever. Whatever. Who even cares? It's so pathetic.
They're trying.
I have several armies. I'll have them stop drilling and I'll have them watch it on the side, and if it goes badly, I'll have them step in. But yeah, let's get that bad bitch in charge. This one. Yes, that one. So now we have a discipline increase. As opposed to the stupid thing we had before. Also, we have so many men.
We have many people to fight and die for us.
I am reading all of your feedback, Jordan. Just so you know.
It hurts his feelings, but he knows.
Our leaderless rabble fucking slaughtered those nobles. Without issue.
We are true Alban soldiers.
Back to drilling.
Little
You will
boy,
drill,
little boy,
and drill.
made you out of clay. Little boy, you will rule one day. Little
That
boy,
was very good rhyme.
little boy, you must be strong. Little boy, or you will be wrong.
Wrong?
Don't be wrong.
Don't be wrong.
I stand for the righteousness of the Alban ways.
We don't really know what you're
And
like yet. We're gonna know soon, though.
It can straight up just come up. It's like he's a dick.
He's a
He's
total
a dick, and it's gonna be a problem.
I just don't want you to be a babbling buffoon, because that is a thing you can, in fact, be.
Babbling buffoon is a problem. It's most unhelpful.
I'm gonna babble like a buffoon if I become a babbling buffoon.
Please don't. It's really bad for us.
I can be a real bad
Yay.
leader if you want me to.
And you're married.
Charge. So you came in. Oh God. So you came in. You got married, and you have a kid.
Yay.
Oh, so that thing I did with my wife.
His name
was
is
that to make a
Unnakan.
child?
We've had emperors in the past named Umakan,
We have.
and you have
Oh.
married.
I think my wife named him, and I didn't know what sex was until after I had it and had a child.
And now you're an adult.
So there you go. You're an adult.
Yay.
So William, you can do your vizier thing.
So,
To the dungeon.
to the dungeon. I died, and now I'm a ghost, and now I'm here.
You
Spooky.
can now you can start undoing the various things I was doing.
Okay, my king.
There's a lot to go.
What do you wish to learn how to do first? Or we could also just look and see what your personality is first. So let's
I
do
would
that.
like to see my personality before anything.
I'd probably tick over in the next month or so.
Yeah.
Nothing happens in a month.
Oh, you're cruel. And so is your wife.
I wonder who taught me that.
Just like I told you. Okay.
Okay,
So
I can
So
be
our
cool.
current problems is that your mother, before she died, gave a lot of authority to the nobles and the like, and we need to expand the authority of the crown.
Yeah. So
We need to rope all those vassals in.
So there's a thing here. We've got the governing capacity. We're at about 150% of our governing capacity now, which is not as bad as it used to be. We used to be almost 200%.
Almost fixed it.
So we can give more land to the burghers, but it will reduce the amount of land we control.
Isn't that the
going on in
exact opposite
Carpathia,
of what
by
we're
the
wanting
way.
to do?
Well, yeah, it's just an idea so that we could potentially increase that governing capacity, and when our governing capacity is closer to our limit, we make more money, and all of these different costs that are there are a lot cheaper.
That's what I was doing. If you wanted to, you could just say fuck all that and just live with the negatives and
You
just
could.
move on.
You very well could.
And not surrender more crown land to people.
Alternatively, we could steal land. It will make them angry, though.
You could come into power and be like, all that land that was given to you, we're taking it back, and it will cause some light war.
Mhm.
Also, there's a big revolt going on in Carpathia, and
Yeah, that
I
is
was
a whole
about to resolve it, and then I went away.
Send troops to make that stop. That's been happening for too long.
thing. Well, they will probably take Brno, but we can send these men over here, and then we can force an engagement. They are better trained than their men, although they do have more cavalry, so maybe it's
That
all
army
grass.
has no morale in the world because I've been
Yeah.
drilling them for a while.
We'll send these guys down here as well.
Army is fully drilled by the 5th Army. It doesn't have a leader on it, so you could pull a leader from somewhere.
I'll probably just pull them from here. But what else do we need? We have money so we can build things if we need to. We have points so we can develop if we would like to. We don't have to spend money on any techs for a little bit. With this percentage, that first number on there is pretty much the number of years before we're kind of expected to develop the technology. So in 7 years, this price will go down to a much more manageable price. And it ticks down by 10% each year.
I see we're locked in for a bit.
Yes. So we can either spend... We have a lot of diplomatic power points and military power points. We can either use those points to develop things and increase the manpower or production reserves of one of these territories, or we can spend some of these military points on ideas.
One of the things I was
is
trying to
the
do before
idea?
I died was I was trying to put diplomatic points into provinces with high value trade items so that we'd produce more of them and make more cash, but I died before my work could be complete.
Yes. So, like, for example, Deloria here has fish. So if we were to increase the manpower of Deloria, it would not only increase the actual troops that come from there, but it would also increase the number of sailors that come from there. And sailors are used in all of our navy. Anytime the ships are out at sea, they're using sailors per month.
Any trade good that's like a food has a building in it that will make that you could put in that'll make it to where they produce a lot of people.
Yes.
So that's something to come in mind. So you can end up having certain provinces be like your provinces where all your manpower and sailors come from if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was trying to increase the production of provinces that had cloth, copper, iron. We have one gold mine deep in Germany.
Right here.
Although be wary increasing its income, because if it produces too much physical gold, you'll increase our inflation.
And also, if you increase the production of gold provinces, it has a chance of depleting the gold mine each month. Right now, that's a 0.12% chance, but the more you increase it, the higher that chance will go.
I increased it a bit.
Okay. So we're going to put down a rebellion. I think we should put some of those military points to use into our ideas.
Ideas. So increase our army quality education.
Make sure our generals get fucking actual military education before we put them in charge of things.
That seems necessary.
We shall send the generals to murder school.
Okay. Speaking of which, do both the armies down there have generalissimos?
Only one does, but we only really need them in one army. As long as both of them are actually fighting, it doesn't matter if both of them have the general.
Okay.
Also a thing, we start out with what are called traditions, and that's these bonuses up here. They're actually really decent naval traditions, since the game technically thinks that we're Great Britain, but Great Britain doesn't exist.
Be irrelevant to us. No one's going to have the ability to challenge us navally even without those.
Right.
So,
but as we increase our ideas, this bar will also increase and give us other bonuses. So once we get one more idea, we'll get the Acts of Union, which will give us minus 15% diplomatic annexation cost and more governing capacity. The annexation cost isn't the big thing with it right now, but that governing capacity will definitely really help.
Our big ultimate goal is to try to reestablish Rome. And when I say Rome, I mean Rome, the old one.
Are we not bigger than Rome?
We technically are probably about half the size of the Roman Empire if you only control the Roman Empire territories.
So, to do that, what we have to do is we have to control a decent amount of what was the Roman Empire. So if you end up wanting to conquer anyone, go in those directions, like Spain or Italy or the Balkans or something like that.
Yeah. If you want to conquer.
But I want to get rid of those other religions.
Yeah.
DeLoreanism is surrounded by the Jews, the Muslims, and Italy holds the last bastion of Catholicism. So.
I feel like anyone that doesn't worship the way we do.
If we do anything, I would say that we should move towards Spain. That way, we can cut people off from trying to move over to the New World.
What is the New World?
We kind of...
Don't worry about it.
We kind of want other people to do the New World.
Do we?
Because I don't think I really care about the New World that much. But
I mean, we could just let natives have it.
We need the New World to happen for institutions and stuff like that.
I guess we have to at least discover it.
It'd be really nice if Francia just took care of that for us. That's kind of what I want to happen.
The Adamites pretty much just exist up here in Finland. Although they're being slowly eaten by the Jews.
I wonder what their religious mechanics are on here.
Not you. There you go. They have a harem, so they have the 100% chance of it. I don't know what that yearly corruption thing gives them though, but that's a whole thing.
I'm just Anna Brat.
Yeah, but they're still up there with their razor sharp nipples.
We'll come for them eventually.
Yeah. So we've spent all of our military power points. Do we want to spend any diplomatic power points?
What could we spend it on?
We can.
So here's what you can do with diplo points.
Yes.
You can increase the production of provinces. If you increase the production of provinces, you will produce more of whatever goods in that province, generating more money.
Yes.
Also, higher production provinces build buildings and ships and shit like that faster. So having
all of those things.
So having higher production provinces and provinces that either have a high value trade good or on the coast, or preferably both, which are in places like England or the Netherlands have provinces that are both coastal and have valuable goods in them. You want them to have higher production. Alternatively, you can use your Diplo points to invest in mercantilism. And what mercantilism does is it makes it to where essentially the flat trade power of provinces will just get a percentage increase. And it'll be easier for us to control trade just by sitting around in provinces without actually having to go out and do anything.
Yes.
Both of which are good. And mercantilism is based on a percentage. I think we're at 30-something% right now.
We're at 10%.
Oh wow, we're so low.
But that can be increased.
Every time you promote it, it goes up by 1%. And it costs 100 Diplo points to increase mercantilism.
Theoretically, we can also use it to promote one of these cultures and no longer see them as backwater slaves to be conquered. And accept them.
If you promote a culture, it makes the provinces that culture's in way more profitable and less likely to revolt. But you can see on the very bottom left there, promoted cultures, you're very limited to how many you can do until later in the game. And I already promoted the Danes. And that percentage is how percentage of our population those people are.
Oh.
So, you know, it's something you want to think about before doing. You can also convert provinces into different cultures, but
you
doing
can,
so is
but that's
process.
a waste.
It's a whole process, and it's not useful until like really late. Really late in the game, you can do it because you get a lot of bonuses too. But early on in the game, it's a very.
I see.
So, would you like to spend that Diplo power on something to upgrade, or what would you like to do?
I guess.
You could also just save it.
You could also just save it. We can hold up to 1,033. So.
You can end up getting the next Diplo tech way ahead of time. And if you get the next tech way ahead of time, then you'll get more innovation. And if you get more innovation, then it makes the cost of all powers cheaper.
Oh.
And the powers would be
things like promoting mercantilism and hiring generals.
Most of the things that you spend points on.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just hold on because I wouldn't know what to spend it on at the moment.
Well, if you If you have an idea generally of what you want done during your reign, just let me know and we can try to figure out how to get it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you could just be one of those kings who just like sit around on the throne and like they go play in the last tournament instead of ruling the country, and they just let the council rule.
Yeah.
Oh. I want to crush rebellions.
Well, we can do that.
We all
Yeah,
want fresh rebellions.
I want.
Oh, that's a full siege over there.
They had 2 forts down here. That's why it took so long.
There's the naval doctrine thing. It's expensive.
It is very expensive, but theoretically, if you were to choose one of these, it would be pretty much permanent until we paid to change it.
If you could to choose a grand naval doctrine,
Yeah.
but it costs hundreds and hundreds of gold. But they are good.
We could make our fleet cheaper, and let me pause because that's another thing that just showed up. We could make our fleet cheaper. We could make our galleys more effective, which would be better if we were going to be fighting in the Mediterranean or right along the coast. But
Yeah.
we are better with heavy ships as a part of our naval, or as a part of our country's traditions. So that's not as big a thing. Ship trade power. We have light ships that are currently protecting our trade routes along here, pretty much. What that does is it essentially makes us more money, and it makes pirates go away.
Oh.
And you could also do shipboarding. So whenever you end up fighting another navy, we have a better chance of actually capturing their ships instead of sinking them, increasing the size of our navy without having to actually buy more ships.
Galleys have a much higher chance of capturing ships than the heavy ships do. So if you have a galley-heavy navy, the capturing thing is also useful.
Yeah, that both the free oarsmen and the shipboarding are both really good in the Mediterranean, but not as good in the rest of the world.
Yeah, galleys are straight up old, small, oar-driven ships, and they mostly attack by ramming and things like that.
Yeah.
They get combat bonuses if you're in a sea. So if you're in the Mediterranean Sea or something like that, they get combat bonuses. If you're on the coast, they get small combat bonuses.
Yeah.
But heavy ships are the big fuck-off ships with many, many cannons.
Feel free to give William vague commands.
It
I
happens a
did it
lot.
constantly. Vizier, go in that war. Vizier, get me a man. Vizier, take that country.
Yes, there was that where he was like, go take that country, and feel free to say that.
Also, we could technically become the defender of the faith. That would because there are a number of countries who are a part of our faith, it would give us an additional missionary, which we're not really using the one we have, so that's not a big thing. But it would also give us morale bonuses for our armies and our navies. It would give us additional prestige per month, and it would allow us to spend less money whenever we're actually converting places. So,
I think we should do that.
if you were to do that, though, it will cost 500 ducats.
And furthermore, if any DeLorean nation is attacked by someone who is not a DeLorean, we will consider it to be an attack on us.
Yes.
And we will intervene. It is something that it's a holy step that the Sams and the Jordans did not take. That would make it to where we tell the whole world, it's like, okay, DeLoreanism is here, and we're gonna push it with our might.
There's a lot of DeLoreanism in
I
Africa.
feel like starting crusades under DeLoreanism.
If we got the religious ideas, that's super a thing, because you can get a spele called Deus Vult, where you just start invading people just because they're different than you.
Yes.
Oh,
You can
that
literally
sounds
say
fantastic.
God wills it, and then you get a permanent casus belli on all neighboring heathens and heretics. So Catholics as well as Muslims.
This made me happy. Make a church.
Make a church. I can make you a church.
Man's church. Where would you
Deloria
like
needs a church.
DeLorean does not have a... Fix it!
It is being fixed, my lord. Is there anything else you would like, my lord?
The faith must be spread.
I
The
see.
world needs to know of our love.
I see, my lord. I see.
And is there any moose lambs about? I need to pray.
There are many Muslims.
Oh, he needs to pray. Well,
Spain is 100% Muslim.
all of
Is there any
Spain is
close by
Muslim.
nations? Look at that in the middle. What is that striped stuff?
The striped
That's-
ones, these are lands that are owned by DeLoreans, but they are Muslims who live there. We have
Can we
one little
cast
spot
them
here
out?
in Verdun that we could attempt to cast them out from. Would
I
you
think
like?
we should do that. We
It will
should
cost-
cast
can
them
work
out.
you can work for the next 3 decades trying to cast them out, if
Mm-hmm.
you so desire. That's how many months it'll take.
Do it.
It
Cast
shall
them
be
out.
so.
He orders it.
Deus Volt.
There will be
that province
none
has
of
a-
them.
So that province now has a much higher chance of revolt while you're trying to cast them out, as the Muslim fundamentalists will rise up and not like that you're trying to cast them out.
They most certainly do not
Station
like
an army
it.
there or something. I don't know.
We can do that.
That'll
where
keep
are
them down.
they? Yeah, they're right here. It'll take them 15 years before they're ready to do anything about it, though. We'll leave them there.
They'll have to stew on it.
We'll move these guys over here for now. They'll tell us whenever they're getting close to thinking about it, so we'll have them train there in the meantime.
Is there any other nearby Muslim countries directly south of us, or did they all just get pushed away during the end of the last game?
The Alps are Muslim.
Bulgaria is all Muslim.
I don't like that.
There's also this little section over here.
It's so close to the Holy Lands of DeLoreanism that we need to.
The thing is, Bulgaria is larger than it really looks. It stretches from here, it's got territory here, it's got territory here, it goes all the way over to Crimea, essentially.
All that gray stuff is Bulgaria.
Okay.
So
They have
I
62,000
feel like
troops.
with their snaky selves, are going to be a major rival for power and dominance here in Europe. And so we will need to deal with them.
I agree. I don't like it when people try to stand up to our nation.
I agree.
The Vizier has taught me many things.
Okay.
And also,
so-
if you take a bunch of foreign land, that might make the crown authority go up and make that problem go away.
Also, developing land makes the crown land go up. So,
I was also
Excellent.
trying to do that.
do we want to be defenders of the faith?
Let us get a sizable backup inventory, treasury.
Okay.
Like, let's have some money to fall back on in case whenever we buy it and something bad happens.
We can do that. It will also be during your reign where we discover the arquebus.
The guns will start happening.
Ooh.
Okay, here's the thing now. I guess this would kind of be a Ghost Council thing, since
These bonuses go away when the era ends, so...
yeah, they go away when the era ends, but it won't end until the Reformation happens. So-
Okay.
I think whoever the current ruler is can make this decision.
Okay. Well, these are all bonuses that will last for at a minimum of like 50 years. So this
Okay.
one would...
A reign. I got it.
Yes. So this one would actually reduce the liberty desire of our subjects, which is currently not very high except for up here in Lesser Alba, all this yellow.
Your mother deeply wanted to absorb Lesser Alba and remove Lesser Alba as a country and make them us. But their liberty desire needs to be 50% for that to happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Okay,
it's
I see.
yeah,
And I don't like how the yellow is blending in with our red, patchy and disgusting like.
Strongly wanted to get rid of it, which is one of the reasons I was selling so much land to the nobles and stuff left, right, and center.
I wish I knew my mother.
You didn't. You never really met her.
She lived for like less than a month, and then she died. But you could do that one. We also have the
I do
ability
like
to reduce our aggressive expansion. So if we go to war with people and we take things from them, whether that's money or land or anything, we get aggressive expansion, and it makes other people look at us real hard. And the harder people look at us, the more likely they are to join coalitions against us. But early on, that's probably not a thing we have to worry about.
Well, it
Okay.
could be a problem early on because we're so bloated as a country that we get even more aggressive expansion than you normally would.
We do, but the aggressive expansion is scaled, like the amount of aggressive expansion that other countries get is scaled by their relation to the country that has been attacked. So if we attack a Muslim nation, then all of these Jews up here will not give a shit. It'll only be really the Muslim nations that care.
It also matters what you take. If you try taking a whole bunch of farmland, people don't care that much. But if you say Constantinople is mine, people will start raising eyebrows.
True. We could do transfer subject, which would allow us to, if does Bulgaria have any subjects? They have. Oh, they are a vassal. So if we attack Bulgaria, then we're also attacking Arabia, which is very spread out right now. But they do have lots of troops. They are about the only power in the world that can actually fight us, except for China.
Also, I imagine as the a parting phrase of the Queen before she died on her deathbed is you should fear the Russians. I feel like the Russians are super going to happen because of how all of that ended up. Vladimir is probably going to become the Russians. And it's going to happen sooner than it normally would. And then they'll be there. And they won't have much to stop them. Because
the Hungarian Wall is all we have separating us from the Slavs to the east.
The big like hordes that normally would be in the game aren't there to like stop them expanding east and south and stuff. Because there's no Ottoman Empire either. So if the Russians happen, that could be a whole thing.
There's also improved war taxes. If we go to war, then we would be able to raise war taxes for free. Normally that costs 2 military points per month, but it does increase the amount of money that we get. So if we wanted to do that, that would essentially be free whenever we wanted to go to war. Cavalry armies, that doesn't matter that much. The cavalry in this game isn't really worth it. Higher developed colonies, we're not colonizing, so that's not worth it. Adaptive combat terrain. That actually makes it so that if we fight in the same terrain as our capital, we do better. And our capital is farmland, so we do better in any farmlands that we fought in.
Yeah, so our armies would just get a bonus to their die rolls whenever they're fighting in all farmland anywhere.
I think we should get rid of all that yellow junk over there, and I think we should make people give up their idea. Give up their idea of being someone else and just become one of us.
I like that idea. It shall be so. We will be getting probably all of these by the end of the age because we are going to develop our capital. We already control the centers of trade and we hold 3 thrones. So we're going to be getting lots of splendor points. We gain 5 per month and we need 800 to get one of these again.
We're probably going to end up streaming through the Reformation as well because we're going to end up converting a lot of stuff by the times... By its,
by that point.
Okay, how goes the, it's an exceptional year.
We can gain an increased tax modifier, which, as we can see here, taxes consist of 20% of our annual income, currently.
Oh.
And we can increase that amount by 50%, not the 20% by 50, well, it won't increase it to 70%, it'll increase this amount by 50%. And
or you just get it right here and now.
Yeah, or we can just get it now. So money now or money later.
Or
it'll just last for a year.
Money now, so we can. Oh, that. So wait, would it be more if we did it over time altogether though?
It'd be more
if we do it like that.
It would probably be more, yeah.
Let's do it like that. We are doing this for our country, not for our own benefit.
Oh yeah. We're now making like another. I think that increased it by like 15 or 20 or so.
Disease.
The fruits of those foundations I was trying to lay early on are starting to pay dividends with the money.
So with the sieges right now, as they're ticking over, we finished that siege. Oh.
Attacking. They're attacking the army that doesn't have a general in it. Put a general in that army.
I got here just in time, boys.
Or else Norfolk is our best.
There. So he's there. We'll wait until they're locked in, and then I'll detach a siege force and move the rest of them over to help. So you'll see a little lock right there. So now they have to keep moving. And we'll hit this button right here. We'll leave behind a force of about 7,000, and we'll send the rest over to assist.
Wow.
You better reorganize that correctly so that the names are correct when this is all said and done.
I will.
The Army of Ireland.
It took me like 2 years to fix all that.
Slay them.
They
Slay
are
them
being
all.
slayed.
I like this.
The battle is won. Okay, so this is the first actual army stat screen that you have been a part of. So here's essentially how war works. Whenever you have troops, they have their numbers, and well, I guess I should have actually pulled up the battle itself, because there are battle lines. You can't control the battle lines, but they are important.
It's actually pretty...
But you have pips that each general has, and each of those pips add to the rolls during the battle. So there is the shock phase, the fire phase, the standby phase, and I think a retreat phase at the end. But
We will not have a retreat phase.
it's real bad if you have if the enemy has the ability to I forget the exact parameters, but if they have a lot more than you and your men have no morale, they can completely wipe out your army. So
It's if you lose a battle before your army is able to leave the battle. So essentially, whenever you enter a battle, you have to stay in the battle for a certain amount of time before you can withdraw.
we shall
If
show
you
you.
get defeated in the battle before you were even able to withdraw, then you get stack wiped and everybody in the army dies.
Just like that. They ran away from the other battle, immediately got caught over there, and now they're all dead. And since we control the forts, this land that they took that does not have a fort is automatically being retaken. So we are done here.
So right now, since guns aren't really a thing, so shock equals melee.
Yes.
And right now, the
Okay.
key for shock is cavalry.
Oh.
And so right now, cavalry are very powerful in this period.
That will go
But
away eventually, though.
Yeah, as guns happen, then they start introducing fire, and eventually you'll get cannons. So the armies line up in like 2 rows, and in the back row, I have already done this for you. I have the armies set up in a ratio so that it'll be efficient, so that it'll all work out. What you want is you want your infantry in the center, your cavalry on the flanks, and then eventually when artillery happens, you want them in the back, because the artillery can fire from the back, but the cavalry or infantry cannot.
Correct.
So what you want, theoretically, is you want the entire back line to be artillery, and then the front line to be like the center is all...
What is this?
The flank serve.
Many long years of peace have caused a disturbing lack of manly virtues in the common man. This could be disastrous, since far too many of our recent recruits have turned out to be cowards. So we can either
There will
purge
be
them and
no
we lose
coward.
about 14,000 men out of our manpower pool, or we keep them and lose 5% discipline.
We will not have 5%
For the next 10
discipline.
years.
10 years.
Send them all to the gallows in front of the palace.
And since we are full on our diplomatic relations, so we can't really marry off to anybody. So that's...
I would like it to be the grandest execution of all time.
You have more than enough money to do the Defender of the Faith now, but
Yes, if you
Then
want
let's
to.
do it. I do want to do it.
Haha.
it has been done.
We are now the defenders of the faith. Anyone who
Fantastic.
allies with our faith, we will now protect them with the full might of our entire empire.
We have now made our religion a cornerstone of our foreign policy.
Excellent.
So now whenever we go to war, our vassals will also go to war with us, and they will go before we go, really. So if the enemy ends up being fairly weak, we really can just sit back and let our vassals swarm them.
Our vassals are
Oh.
countries like France and Germany, so
Yeah.
they can handle most problems.
The boot heel folk, I see.
Yes, the boot heel folk.
It is really scary that France has France stuff and there are vassals, because France is France and France is scary.
Okay, so realistically, all we have to do is get Lesser Alba's Liberty Desire down to 50, and then we will be able to take things.
How do we make it go faster?
So, we have things that can improve their Liberty Desire, but they are temporary. The only real permanent solutions we'd be able to take are if we were to
Improve their desire for liberty? What do you mean?
as in reduce it.
Okay.
Really, if we just increase the size of our military, that's about the only thing that we can do.
Expensive.
They just have so much territory and development that they want to be independent.
You see, that's still an issue.
That's a mistake.
Alternatively, the other option that could happen, if you so desired, whenever we hit admin tech level 7, we would be able to get influence ideas, which would have this part right here, which reduces their liberty desire by 15% permanently. That's for all vassals that we will ever have.
Oh.
Influence Ideas also has reducing annexation costs
Yes.
for vassals, which is also good, but religion, Deus Vult,
Deus Vult.
or economic ideas.
Yes, we must choose one. Also, Burgundy down here is Muslam.
Obliterate them.
We could obliterate them. We could have
I don't
Francia
like
take
any of-
land.
Any of these mountain Muslams, as I will call them, they live in the Alps, and
Look at that power difference down there. It's like they can raise 15,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. It's like we can raise 315,000 infantry.
And another
70,000
750,000 in reserve.
I think we need to have a Reconquista.
What direction shall we reconquista first? Into Burgundy or into Spain?
Let's do Burgundy
Muslim
first.
state.
I will say, and this is where I will go ahead and start going into trade mechanics. So, do you see all of these lines that have all of the different arrows that are very confusing?
It is the flow of trade.
It is the flow of trade. There are 3 end nodes in the entire map. They are Genoa, Venice, and the English Channel, which we already control. If we start taking control down here in Genoa, then we can start taking all of the trade that pretty much comes through the Mediterranean, and we can start having a piece of that.
We will eventually control all 3 of those.
Yes, eventually we will. Alternatively, if we start moving over toward Seville, it is essentially where all of the other trade from around the world goes. So anything from the New World will pass through the Straits of Gibraltar, which we currently
the New
already
World?
have a claim for. So
Do we have that? Was that the next mission they gave us the claim on?
you did the mission, so we have the claim.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we have a claim on Gibraltar because we are of the British ancestry,
Mm-hmm.
and we want British things.
Hmm.
So we actually can go down there and say Gibraltar's mine, and take it.
Andalusia
That's
had... Oh! Their only ally is Cantabria, which are the same allies that Burgundy has. And they are this right here. So we can also just take this land if we really wanted to. But if we go to war with Andalusia, we don't just have to take the one bit of land that we have a claim on. We can take however much we feasibly can within our war score, is the main
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So realistically,
Like
we could
Stealth
probably take like the entirety of this coast. It would give us a lot of aggressive expansion, but we could do it.
But if you do that and Francia gets control over it, then our vassals will get more powerful, and that would increase the liberty desire of Lesser Alba, and then that would be the thing.
Well, that is actually different. Since Germany, France, and Carpathia are personal unions, they don't factor in because technically you rule all of those with one crown. Lesser Alba is specifically a vassal underneath you. So they have their own thoughts and desires, whereas the other ones do not. Their liberty desire can increase, but it doesn't matter. And their liberty desire doesn't add with the other personal unions. So Lesser Alba won't look at France if they get bigger and ask them for help. France will only be able to look at our relationship with them.
Every time a ruler of like Francia, Germania, or Carpathia dies, by the way, there's a chance we could just inherit their land.
Yes, that is.
Which is a mixed blessing.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Make a church.
Would you just like me to make a church wherever would be the most profitable?
Yes.
That would be in Hampshire, which is right here.
It is profitable, and they need to see the ways even more.
You'll get a quarter ducat every month for building that.
We could also build one in Essex, or York, or Sheffield. All of them would give the same bonus.
We don't have enough money to be throwing it around like that, like I just did.
It would be an investment. We are making quite a bit per month.
We're never making enough.
Enough is never enough, but pretty much if you're over 20, you're making pretty okay money to manage things.
We have tier 1 advisors across the board. In the future, what my goal tends to be is I want like tier 3 advisors in every category, and then if we get a unique person, which means a unique person has their costs reduced, like advisor cost reduced by like half or more, I tend to promote them up to level 5, which is as high as you can get them.
I shall send spies into the Muslim countries.
So that we can have unlimited fucking points and spend them on what we want.
Alright. I want the Muslims exposed from this land.
What
From
would you
Europe.
like me to steal them out of?
I think it would be easier to do Spain first, and then we can grab Gibraltar and all that.
If we go to war with Andalusia, which they're at war with the Pope, it seems, currently.
Are they trying to conquer the Pope?
Yes, and they are succeeding currently. They're taking Corsica from the Pope.
Let us change the tide.
They've also occupied Rome.
We'll fix it later, Rome. We'll come over there and it'll be beautiful.
So shall we go to war with the Muslims of Spain?
Yes, I don't want them here anymore.
There are a number of monuments in Spain, by the way. There's like 3 of them, and all of them are pretty good.
I don't even know where they all are.
There's one in Madrid, there's one in Granada, and then there's one in...
You mean Madrid?
Yes.
Madrid.
There's Alhambra.
War España.
And then there's one in Lisbon.
In Lisbon.
After we have all the fun lands in that place, we could just go and walk to Gibraltar and take that.
What does this do? Oh, trade power.
Could be sailors.
Nice. Okay. So, war?
Yes.
So yes, whatever.
Wait.
Make it so.
They will summon about 100,000 soldiers in total to resistance.
Germany has claims on Cagliari, which...
Germany's gonna have claims on
Germany?
Germany has claims on Corsica, interestingly enough.
They're gonna have claims on everything because the German mission tree, their German mission tree is dominate Europe, basically.
Yay. Take Gibraltar.
But they've already failed that, so... Because they
So-
can't
Not if
stand
they
the
revolt.
left.
Well, don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for them to revolt.
So, would you like us to be active in this war, or let our vassals handle it? Our vassals
We
can
could
very much handle it if you want.
do you think if you think so,
They can. They very much can. But we could also use it as a time to make our navy better.
that is a good idea. Our navy has not seen much action.
No, it has not.
Let us change that. We
can
shall
send them
rule
down
the
this way.
waves in the Mediterranean and the north and stuff.
And we'll just start drilling again. While the rest
And
of
if things
the
start
men-
going bad, we can go back down there and help them.
We sure can.
So the drilling mechanic, Tyler, what it does is armies that are drilling, their morale goes down, but they have a bar up called drill that goes up, and an army that's highly drilled gets damage reductions put upon them for taking damage. They have their movement speed increased, and when you're drilling armies, you slowly increase your army professionalism.
Ooh.
And every 20% of army professionalism you get a perk. And army professionalism does not go down over time. And when you get all of it, the last thing it does is it makes it to where drill is twice as effective, and like the build it, because drill goes down slowly over time, and generals are at half cost. So it's wonderful, and I want it.
Okay.
Also, having a higher armor professionalism increases your siege ability.
Another thing we can do, we can set our vassals to do specific things. We can have them go siege things, we could have them go fight, we could have them defend, or we could have them support. Or do nothing. But I assume you don't want them doing that.
No, they will work.
Or, well, the Muslims are being very aggressive, and they're attacking France real good.
We could have Francia just do aggression, and they'll go and try to fight armies in particular, and we could have Germany go and siege. Or we could do it the other way. Since Francia actually has fewer soldiers than Germany, and Germany has more fighty abilities.
That sounds about right.
So we can have Germany go do the fight, and Francia go and do the siege. Yeah.
Germany does the fight.
Germania, by the way, Germany is currently also over governing capacity.
They are. But that's their problem, not ours.
It's like, so even our subservient people, they're like, even we can govern what we have.
Oh, what's going on?
How many castles they have?
Okay, so they had a few other people join in, but none of them are really worth anything.
They don't look like people that matter.
It's it's all of Spain and some of North Africa.
Yeah.
Just kill them all.
Easily done.
If this war goes wrong, we'll blame you, Tyler.
It is the
How
it is
can
the
it
way.
go wrong?
The true way.
Whoever's in charge gets the blame.
Mm-hmm.
The French are trying to create a super army over there.
My nations.
They were really below their land force limit for a while.
The Germans are marching into Italy en masse.
Oh, shit. Oh, no, they're fine. They're totally fine.
The Germans sent a lot of men into Italy.
Oh,
They hunted down the Muslims in Italy.
good. Then after this war, we can surround the Appalachian Muslims
The
and
French
have
have
them
a 7
removed.
week.
Appalachia's in America.
Well, it's fine.
Did you mean the
They
Alps?
live on the Alps.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
We will rename the
No.
Alps into the Alps.
I think we should do that. That's a good idea. Can you rename things like that?
You can rename territories you own, but you can't rename territory you don't own.
There's a
We must take over the Appalachians and rename them. Not the Appalachians. I said it too.
What have you done?
Tyler.
Or Appalachian?
The contagious
That's it.
brainworms.
What are they called again? I forget.
The Alps.
The Alps.
in the Alps. There's a monument as well.
We must
at
take
Innsbruck.
Well-
we must take the Alps and turn them into the Appalachians.
Yeah, they'll be the they'll be the Appalachian Mountains.
It'll be
Alderoth
great
Castle.
fun.
Oh.
Oh yeah, if a monument's smaller, like Stonehenge, for example, you can pick them up and send them to your capital.
Interesting.
But if it's a big fuck off building, you can't do that. But if it's something like Stonehenge or something, or some sticks in the ground that the natives worship or whatever, you can pick them up and send them to the capital.
The Spanish Muslims
Francis
might as well speak in Banjo. They're all dumb, and they need to be subjugated for their own good.
French are really taking a piecemeal attitude to this war. They sent their armies in one at a time into that big battle to the south.
West
did.
Francia isn't really doing much. It's just Francia proper that's really doing things, and I'm not sure why.
Probably because Francia has their vassal set to a particular attitude
That's possible.
that we have no dominion over because of legal reasons.
They're doing dumb things.
legal reasons
The
that people
Russians. The Russians are asking to move through our land. We don't really gain or lose anything for it. They ask everyone around them whenever they go to war.
Yeah, they want to march people through our land so that they can invade somebody usually.
Yeah.
Remember,
Sure.
our land also includes like Poland, so
Yeah. Everything that is within our sphere of influence, they have to ask for permission to walk through.
I like it. I guess Lithuania is having a big bout with them.
Lithuania's having a real rough time. They're still at negative prestige.
Oh, that's sad.
How's Estonia doing? Estonia's not doing terribly. Sweden up there
Candace,
is doing
it's
pretty
wrong. What do you mean,
Candice.
Candace? It's wrong.
decent. Candice. Because we renamed Paris Candice after we conquered it.
Oh,
we can't do that unless we directly controlled it.
Yeah.
There's a rebellion,
Yeah, it's a German rebellion. Don't worry about it.
but we sent all the Germans to fight.
Would you like for me to send
I
men
would
to
like to
handle it?
settle that because they are busy.
But
We can
the
send men to
Germans-
handle it.
The Germans.
The Germans don't matter.
They need power.
They have power.
We can't let Albans be butchered
If
by traitors.
Albans aren't being butchered, they're Germans. They're not Albans yet.
Do they not worship our religion?
They worship our religion, and they are a part of
Then we will
our
protect them.
empire, but they
Because
are
we
not
are the defenders
Albans.
of the faith.
They're also our kin. We married into them for hundreds of years.
We will protect them.
We're so very, very related to them.
So much so that we technically rule them.
I don't know. Acting who we can with?
We're at war with Spain, essentially.
Muslim Spain.
Muslim
We will
Spain.
reconquista them.
Let's see what we can siege down over here in the Lusitanian Sea. Or blockade,
I like
not
to
siege.
sleep and me having caffeine just running through my veins. No.
We absolutely catapulted our daughters all over Europe. Our blood is all over Europe. We are the new dynasty of Charlemagne, really.
Mad Bean Dynasty.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Abbasids sent us money. Wait,
Do not
aren't
go
we
to
at-
war with us.
I think they were just in the... They're in the war. Oh, they are...
A vassal who doesn't want to be in the war.
They very much do not want to be in the war.
Please do not hit. You empire that we recognize is Europe.
I am the golden boy.
You are the Golem boy.
Sagalum.
Do you?
You're probably in your mid-20s now, maybe.
Yeah.
Do you have an heir yet?
Yes,
Oh,
you
yeah, I do.
automatically
Yeah.
get an heir.
Immediately. Like, I
You're
had sex and I
17.
didn't even know it.
He's 17 years old.
It's beautiful.
We could probably speed it up a little bit since we're not doing
Student
things
died at the age
directly.
of 23.
Oh, yes. Now, I see a couple fleets down there doing a thing, and I don't like it.
Would you like me to send our fleet to help?
Yes,
It looks
that's
like...
a 46 size fleet.
Oh, most of them are transports. We can
Okay.
destroy them.
And Lucia did have several heavy ships in there.
Let's sink them.
They have
complaint?
12, but our ships are better because our ideas are better. Okay, so here's a choice that you must make. So these people think that the judge who's in charge over here is a bad and cruel and stinky person. So you can either execute him and lose 10 legitimacy, which you will gain back over time. You can ignore them and lose a stability, which we have to pay admin points to increase. Or you can send the troops to make them shut up.
Send the troops.
He said so.
It shall be so.
I like
So.
cruel people because they remind me of me.
I wonder
23,000
why.
peasants have risen up.
Have
Oh.
them butchered.
We shall do.
He was young. He was taught nothing, Jordan.
Why? Charlemagne who? That sounds like nothing to me. We are the progeny of Clan Cadina Alpine.
That's fair. It's Alpine.
Why is Tyler not reading decisions out? Why is that Why is that tradition thrown away callously?
We could do that if you'd like to read out the decisions that show up.
I suppose, yeah.
I never knew my mother, so I guess that tradition I never knew about. She never taught me.
Yeah.
We didn't
He
teach
was not-
you the tradition.
He wasn't taught, Jordan.
The reason that I didn't do it is because a lot of these I've read many times before in my own personal life.
But there's traditions.
That's why I didn't read some of them early on in the other game, and that's why they got pissy at me. And
mouth because both Sam, myself, and Jordan had not seen them and asked you repeatedly nicely to not do it, and you kept ignoring
I
it.
tried. I
So
just
every
didn't.
bit of shit he threw at you was 1,000% justified.
I
the letter.
tried. Would
The
you like to
tradition
read
is
the
that
letter?
Whoever is in charge reads the letter.
Oh.
So you
Wait,
must
I-
read.
So I
Jordan
have to
said
say,
so.
my lord, one of your advisors has suggested selling off noble titles to anyone who can afford to pay. It could bring lots of money and open the way for social advancement for the rich. If we do so, but it would devalue the idea of nobility and perhaps upsetting existing aristocratic families when we do.
So you can say yes, and you can gain money. The burghers gain more of our land. And the nobility will not like it, but the burghers will really like it. Neither of them will be too pissed off about it, though. Or you can gain a stability. The nobles will really like that. The burghers will really not like that, and the burghers will have stuff to say about it. If that
Nobility
loyalty,
can't be bought.
if the loyalty goes below 30, then the estates will start having things to say about it, and we will get negatives for it.
Nobility cannot be bought.
Also, you can summon the estates as well.
Yes.
There's that whole mechanic.
So,
Is that something we should suggest on doing?
because the burghers are now at 25%, we
How
gain
much?
national unrest. Our development cost is a little bit more, and our trade efficiency is a little bit less. But that will trend upwards over time. Up to 35.
Eventually, we need to get all of our crown land back, too.
Yep.
So, if we want to do crown land, the two main ways to get crown, or the three main ways to get crown land are to develop provinces, to conquer provinces, or to seize land. If you seize land, then all of the estates will lose 20 loyalty.
If they dip under 30 loyalty when you seize land, there absolutely will be a revolt.
Yes, there will be a small revolt.
You can summon the estates, which what that does is it basically the various estates will give you quests, and you can choose which one to do. And then if you do it, you'll get a bonus. If you don't do it, you'll make that estate extra angry though.
You will have to choose one to do if you summon them,
Once
though.
you press that button, you must choose one of the three. There's no getting out of it once you summon the diet, the Imperial diet.
But if you do what they
Sure,
want,
why
then
not?
they will really like you, and they'll give you a bonus for it.
Sure, why not? Let's do it.
Summon the diet.
The council.
The estates of the Greater Alba have proposed agendas for the summoned diet. Favoring one of the estates here could have a large benefit in the long term. The clergy urge us to build a magnificent house of worship in Essex. Ooh, that's a good idea. I like that. The nobility demand we restore orders to crush revolts and sweep across our nation. I also like that. We strengthen the Alban fleet. I like all three. Have them all.
Well, we gotta do one.
What are the What are the pros and cons?
If you do the clergy one, you'll gain 10 loyalty. They will add base tax to Essex, so it'll just make us more money. And we'll have a church there, so the church also makes us more tax money, so that'll just go up. If we do this one, which we're kind of already in the process of doing, we just have to get rid of all the rebels that are in our nation all over, and they'll like us, and we'll get prestige out of it. And we can increase the size of our navy. We'll get additional morale of navy. We'll get more sailors, and our navy tradition will be increased over the next 10 years. And the burgers will like us more.
I'll throw my suggestion in. I like the clergy.
I was also about to say the clergy because of the way I was raised. We need to
You were
burn
raised by
them
the
up.
church.
I was told how to pray, and I learned that mixed in with war taught me a few things.
You were
yeah,
taught
we're
a
gonna do
few
that.
things. All right. Do you want me to go ahead and make it?
I do. We have plenty of money to do it.
Building church.
The church.
All right. And
Let's
that'll give us a
summon the diet
notification
again.
when that's done. We can't do it for like another 15 years.
Oh, I'll be dead by then.
No, you won't.
When you were a child, you kept asking where mom was. You kept being told that she has become a corpse, and that has led to you becoming a cruel tyrant.
Yeah.
So Cantabria, which is these two provinces right here, is done with the war because we currently occupy them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is their peace treaty, and we will always deny whatever peace treaty they ever give us, no matter who it is or what they're offering, because we can make our own peace treaty.
Oh, okay. That's a good idea.
So this is how peace treaties work. We have war score by conquering provinces or by occupying provinces and winning battles. So we're at 99% war score. At this point, since they're so small, that might as well be 100. So if we really wanted to, we could just take all. They just won't say yes right now because they still have troops to fight and the war kind of just started. But as time ticks on, they will grow more and more accepting of this deal if you wanted to just straight up conquer
They will
them.
become more wise to the idea.
Alternatively, we can do things to them.
The pillage
do
thing that
things?
they're saying is Leviathan.
Yes,
and
that's a
taking
thing
development
I
from-
don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's like one of the first term that they offered was the ability for you to pillage them. And so what happens is, at the cost of some diplo points and aggressive expansion, you take some of the development out of their capital and you send it to our capital. So you take some of their tax production and manpower out of their capital and you just send it to us.
We take
And
their
the
gold
amount
and we
you
enslave their people.
Yeah, the amount you take depends on how big the development of the place you're pillaging is.
I see. That sounds fun.
Would you like it to go to our capital or one of our vassals' capitals?
Our capital, of course.
Of course.
We can't let our vassals get ideas like becoming stronger.
We will also make them give us all of their treasury and take loans to pay us back for this war that they so ungraciously forced us to fight them in.
How dare they exist?
We can force
Spain.
them to pay war reparations as well.
Always fun. I like that.
And since they lie in the Bordeaux trade node, we could also have them transfer their trade power, 50% of their trade power, to us. So, since normally, if you own the provinces, you get 100% of the trade power that flows through there. If we just have them transfer trade power, we only get 50%, but they potentially have the ability to, rebuild and increase that amount over time. Until they decide that the treaty is over, and that's like after 10 or 15 years.
You get to hit them again.
Yeah, then you just have to hit them again if you want that, or you can just outright conquer them or do whatever you want to them. They will be scared.
I like it when they're scared.
We eventually have a Castile called Imperialism, by the way, which is 100% we go there and we just put a flag down. It's like, this is ours.
Yeah.
On anywhere in the world as well.
Yeah.
I figured out just how it was done.
No, that's later. Later on, Castaspiles don't matter anymore. You don't. That whole medieval way of like lying about claims and all that goes away, and it's just you just walk in. It's like, this is mine.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like, you can try and stop me.
It's like the 1700s when that happens.
Like, this is Germany now, that kind of thing.
We can also force them to break any of their treaties. So they are giving military access to Andalusia right now. We can make them not do that again until, for like another 15 years. We can force them to break their alliance with Burgundy. They also have an alliance with Coimbra, which is somewhere around here.
Some other
they're all tiny. All of these people that they have that they can get alliances with are tiny. They mean nothing. But we can make them not have alliances.
I don't see the point. But yeah, I do like making them suffer.
We also don't have to do anything else. We can just kind of end it here.
Okay.
And kick them out of the war.
That'd be fun. I'll get them out of here. They're done.
The demand has been sent. And give me 1 second, my mother is calling me.
Oh!
We are going to the left.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
You're done!
Why?
You destroyed the whole stream in one fell swoop.
Why?
It's all gone.
Why are you like this?
Here, you can see that they have accepted our generous offer.
Our generous peace offer.
Yeah.
Willie needs to add me to the stupid parsec. I've been waiting for ages.
He's busy. It's weird. I never let any of my vassals do anything. I tend to tell them just like stay in their own borders and don't bother anyone. And then, so it's weird having them do things.
My advisor said it would be fine, so...
William and I have a very different ways of playing this game.
Well, I have another advisor if he would speak his mind.
Well, if he says anything hideously wrong, I'll disagree. But
okay.
Whenever he's in control and I'm in control, it'll be radically different. Oh, that's kind of them. They're actually giving the occupation to you. It's like the Germans are occupying this instead of just keeping it for themselves. They're saying that we took it.
Congrats.
I want to occupy Jet.
This is another difference between he and I. He likes to keep it on political mode, whereas I like to keep it on terrain mode. Look at them. He doesn't have that many of the cool skins for the units.
Can we take over Germany and call it Clown College?
No. Can't and won't.
Why Clown College?
Oh.
The Vassal Alliance
Just came into my head for some reason.
The what?
The Vassal Alliance is struggling in this war.
I think we should send our troops then.
Shall the long rod of Alba be brought into the war?
I think it
Can you
should.
swap back to political mode for me?
I do like seeing the borders nice in color.
I don't like.
I definitely prefer the terrain mode.
The only time I ever have them on is usually when I'm looking for a small state in Germany. Whenever the Holy Roman Empire is a thing. Because they're impossible to see.
How goes that rebellion in the homeland?
It's destroying me and trying to send our armies into fucking... Who knows? He's trying to send us to America! Ah!
Will he add me to the parsa?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I had to unmute myself in the fucking stream. Give me a second. God.
What
There.
is going on?
There. I'm back.
I'm here. Finally here.
What I was doing was I was preparing troops because the king requested that we get involved in the war because our vassals keep failing repeatedly. And so I was summoning troops to begin. I was beginning the march to send people along into Spain. Also, there's the rebellion.
Yeah, I had those guys up there because I was eventually gonna go do that, but I forgot they were there.
Oh god, I remember everything. The music just keeps being stupid.
We could go
Fix
ahead
that.
and crush this.
Fix that. Fix that now.
Okay.
I don't know.
And
That's been there for so long.
We can put one of these two generals in this army.
That peasant army has actually lost 4,000 of their men just from attrition. That's how long that's been going on.
We haven't even touched them. We've just been looking at them. I ordered you to have them killed.
The men were still
them.
drilled. We were waiting for their morale to come back up. And then we
And then
started
you
another
forgot
war.
them.
And then a whole other war got started.
Okay, so they are good. They're gonna go do
Also,
that.
we can get attacked.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
We can unlock the dock.
We can.
Get it?
We can commence with dock with our fellow man.
We will dock with our fellow man.
We can dock.
So the big thing we need is we need Admin Tech 8. That's what we need in our life. Because Admin Tech 8 gives us our first big governing capacity bonus, and it gives us access to courthouses. And courthouses reduces the governing capacity cost of whatever province they're in, and we could put them in more expensive provinces. And then eventually we'll get state houses, which are like super versions of them, which affects the whole state. And we'll put that in every state in the entire fucking empire to get this governing capacity problem dead and in the ground.
Fantastic.
And then we can go conquer things with reckless abandon.
I do like that.
That would be nice.
Seeing as our Frankian allies have failed, we are sending troops to go aid them.
Yeah, I
Very
was
well.
preparing to send all the troops that are on the European mainland to Iberia, and I was in the process of doing that. And then my life was taken from me.
It is normal.
Send them. Send them all.
Do you want me to send the army that is normally stationed up here in Deloria as well?
Let's see. We have a 31. No,
That's our navy.
16K. That's a navy. Okay.
We can get an idea.
Idea?
If we do the idea, then we will be a little bit behind militarily, if you want.
You say behind.
When I say behind, I mean that it is
It's
possible
very relative.
for the enemies to get a military tech before we do. So we can
That
either
doesn't
be
seem
proactive, or we can just go ahead and get this first. It would also give us the Acts of Union, so we would essentially be getting 3 different bonuses at once. So it's up to
Give
you.
us a combat bonus to our cavalry, and cavalry are very useful in this era.
But guns.
We don't have those yet, and even when we do get those, they're going to be the shitty variety.
What it will do for us, though, is increase our combat width. So we will be able to just do more damage.
Yeah, that was another thing that whenever I was talking about us being in lines, one of the reasons I have these hard numbers, there are two reasons I have these hard numbers onto these armies. One is I didn't want the armies to be so big that they just like die just standing where they're at, because the supply limits of the provinces will go up as time goes on. We're too backward to maintain having like 50,000 men just standing around. The second one is that whenever they're in combat, they can only the length of their line will only go so far, and as time goes on, the length will go longer and longer and longer until you can fully have like 60,000 men engaging all at once in one instance. So we have to. There's a very particular way you need to grow your armies in this game, and you either need to know a pretty complicated algorithm or just trust my word and say that when we get to certain points, we'll be upgrading how many men are in each army and all that. The cavalry will likely never be upgraded ever. They will stay at 4 forever.
And whenever we do a battle, we will show you why. Why are you marching on them? Why? What are you doing? What have you done?
Help them.
That's why I was suggesting that we get involved whenever I had the King's Ear and you were occupied. I was like, okay. Look at them.
So this is how a battle works. So this is our line. We are the red here. The ones with just the line are cavalry. The ones with the X's are infantry. So the infantry can attack with a range of 1. So they can attack, well, I believe it's 2, actually. They can go 1 in front and 1 on either side. The cavalry, as you see, they can attack 1 in front and 2 on either side. And that's how they deal damage early on. Artillery, whenever they become a thing, they will sit in the back and they will be able to fire forward, and they will have the same effective range as a cavalry will. So artillery are extremely important, but they die really easily if they don't have infantry in front of them.
Yes, which is why you have to be careful how you balance it to make sure that the artillery would always be in the back.
Yes. And we have the same discipline right now. We have more morale, which is very, very important. Even a small bonus like this makes a massive difference.
Especially early on when there's not discipline to fall.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Our morale is better most likely because the fact that we believe really in God a lot. Also, that's another thing you could do as the king. I set our church to focus on stability. If you wanted to, you can refocus that to focus on the army instead.
Yeah.
There is a war button?
There is.
Oh. You can in fact have multiple. So what happens is you have those fervor points, and you spend them to enact these passives. And then whenever you drop down to 0, you end up removing some of them, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Whenever you have one active, it has like an upkeep to it. Our fervor is actually so high that we're able to have stability on and still make a little bit. Mm-hmm. But if you wanted to, you could take stability off and turn on to war. But the goal is eventually you can end up having 2 or possibly all 3 of those on all at once, and it just works out.
In order to have that, though, in order to have all 3 especially, we will have to have the religious ideas, which specifically gives a bonus
That's another reason I want that, I guess.
It's very powerful.
Make the war. Make the war. Speak of war and religion.
Haha. We have beaten them in the siege, or we are beating them in the siege of Baladu Walid.
The king demands that the church focus on the war.
The king has demanded it. Do we want to also focus on stability or take that off?
What that'll do is every month we'll lose that much points until it gets down to 0. And whenever the fervor points gets down to 0, it'll automatically turn off the war one because it deactivates them in the opposite order they were activated.
Okay.
But if you wanted to, you could just disable stability if you wanted to.
How much would we make if we disabled stability?
You would actually be making like half a point, yeah.
That's fine. Leave it like that.
Okay.
Until the war is over.
So I believe the war will increase our morale even further.
And they're sieging here.
Our foes to fall down.
They actually have a siege pip, so we'll just sit our men right here, because we can't really help them with that siege.
This is the time where you should look at the loot section I have down there. It's in my war one, which is where manpower is. That. And you can, every month it'll tick, and you can start having them waltz through Spain, taking everything not bolted to the floor.
Yeah. And this is how much they take per month.
And if you want to be efficient about it, which I started getting really... after raping France as the Dutch for the 100th time in the playthrough that William and I was doing that, where I would look and start micromanaging how effective we were stealing.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of money, by the way.
We do.
We do.
We can make lots of things. Or we can expand the army, whatever you want to do, really.
Build churches with that.
We can make churches with that.
You could build 10 of them.
We'll build some in York and Sheffield.
We could also do some marketplaces.
Market?
Yes, they increase the trade power in the area.
Yes.
Oh, Danzig, it looks like it is going to give a whole bunch.
Oh, that's a lot of numbers.
Danzig. Danzig is a trade port.
That's something I was telling William earlier. So the thing with marketplaces is that they increase the amount of trade you produce by a percentage. And so you want them mostly in provinces that either have a lot of production in them or they have natural bonuses to trade power, or both.
Yeah, so basically all the ones that have harbors here, or centers of trade, as they're called, they should all have them.
Anything with an icon on it, like the square icons, typically is one where you'd want something on. You'd want the marketplaces on.
Does this one
Do it,
it
do
already has
it,
them.
do it, do it.
So whenever you go through this screen, it automatically orders it by the order of, what'll give the most. So if we go here, where's Prague? There's Prague. I think Prague has... Oh, well, that wasn't what I wanted. I think Prague has a center of trade, yes.
That's what I wanted.
So then yes, we could do that. So that means both of these probably have centers of trade. So there we go. That's probably all the centers of trade that we currently control.
Oh.
Yay, and there's that agenda that we did a while back. And Essex is now making us more money.
The church is happy.
The church is very
Hooray.
happy. And if
Oh,
they get
let's
really
make another
happy, they
diet.
actually give us bonuses.
Can we make another diet?
Not
It'll
for
be
another
years.
4 years.
Oh.
You can give land to the burghers.
I will give no more land. I plan on taking back land.
Maybe when I'm king, again, I'll give them land. And it'll be a constant tug of war of giving and revoking land.
Yeah.
I feel like that's normal.
No.
Right now, it's not a problem, but when the age of absolutism occurs, I will suddenly change my opinion strongly on who owns what land. That's when I'm like, I own all the land. All of you people I gave it to, fuck off, give it back.
The age of absolutism is where we officially make the switch from medieval monarchy to absolute autocracy.
Yes, it's when I am the state occurs.
Fantastic.
We take all of those rights and stuff that the nobles had. We're like, he's appointed by God.
Who do you think you are? I was appointed by God. You gonna stop me?
No, you were appointed by me.
There's not a lot of Christianity left, to be perfectly honest.
Being Christian.
We are the
believe
dominant Christianity. Okay. Parallel authority, my liege.
Burghers are not the sole authority within their cities. The clergy have a strong presence. Most cities go back to initial founding. Conflicts sometimes arise when the councils of the burghers implement rules that the clergy disapprove of. Such conflicts have been more commonplace that the members of the clergy are openly acting in defiance in various rules the burghers have agreed on in their cities. Delegates from various cities dominated by the burghers now urging us to clarify the situation.
Okay.
Burghers and the clergy are arguing. You have to choose.
Yep, you pretty much just have to choose which one you want to piss off.
Piss off the burghers.
The burgers. We must keep the clergy happy.
Clergy.
If you piss off the burghers, they will give that negative, but you will make the clergy really, really happy. So.
What are the?
We must keep the church happy.
It is the way.
I don't know when DeLoreanism happened in Africa, but it was it was fairly early on. It might have even happened in Crusader Kings.
So my king.
The Byzantines owned that a while back.
I will warn you, the clergy's starting to become very influential.
Yes.
And if the clergy gets too influential, if they could potentially stage a coup.
Yeah.
Where they're like, you know what? I think we should become a theocracy, like controlled by a council of priests.
Mm-hmm. And if you do that, you might doom us all. We might all die. We'd all be replaced by some fucking bishop.
The estates are not your friend. They are tools to be used and abused, and you're walking into a river trap.
Why was I not taught this earlier in my ages of growing up?
Because your mother turned into a corpse.
What did the vizier do?
The vizier was told to shut up. I gagged the hell out of him, and then I was too busy trying to reorganize all of this mess.
So you guys didn't teach me.
It's like, because your adopted papa was just like, fuck off, you little snot-nosed shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm busy trying to rule this fucking country with like 30 different ethnicities in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We all speak different languages.
It's a real chore. It's a whole lot.
We had our family in Denmark, but we didn't recognize the Danes as being like a people. And so that kept causing problems.
It's because the Danes aren't people.
What? I'm gonna bring the age of absolutism early.
I would welcome that greatly.
We are going to take away all the land and all the power that all three of those classes have.
That will have grievous consequences.
So, yeah, they really, really will not like that. But realistically, we could take land from them. Honestly, it might be better to just develop land. Because
let's do that.
Developing land will not only make us more money, but it will increase the amount of land that we actually control.
If you take away the rights I gave them, what that will do is that will reduce our government capacity even more, and then our stability costs will go up, and then we'll have to spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds just to get out of negatives again, like I had, that almost caused the Great Peasant War.
Okay, so... the Renaissance...
It's spreading.
It's so slow.
It's spreading. Calm your nipples.
We don't have a single territory that has it embraced in our land yet. We're at like 8%. Our capital is only at 17%.
You understand? I play as Japan. Okay, this is fine.
This was a big difference that William and I always had. He always really fretted over the institutions, and I never. It's fine. It's fine.
It just increases your technology so much.
It's coming.
It's
not even 1500.
It will take another 20 or 30 years for that effect to even affect us even slightly, and by then we will have the Renaissance naturally. So it's okay. That will resolve itself.
I think we should increase the development in Deloria.
I'm okay with this.
If we increase the production by 2, then we will be making more money. It will increase our crown land, and it will work towards us embracing the institution faster. So everyone wins. And we have extra since we just got up to the next level.
Fish is a dumb trade resource.
It is a dumb trade resource, but it's the only one that we have in reserve to spare. And it'll make us more money.
Damn it, just do it!
It shall be so.
The Protestants will come and they'll make fish worthless.
We will have them shot
Fine.
out of a cannon into the sun.
I hope.
What is a cannon?
It's like, what is that?
It is a catapult called
I know.
cannon.
That Tyler the First religious zealotry, I hope that he lives long enough for the Protestant Reformation to happen during his, and he sees it happen, and then like right as it starts happening, and it starts spreading, he's like, "I'll fix it," and then he dies. And then William takes over, and then William doesn't really give a shit.
That's
And he just
normal.
like a malignant tumor.
It's so normal at this point. People die right before me, and I just have to maintain until the next person.
Where is my son?
Your son is right here. He's 4.
He's 4. I pet his little round head.
Do
That
you
is
love your
fun.
son?
I do.
Ugh.
And the last go about, you had Sam had to go before William, and Sam would always cause a big mess every fucking time.
He'd
Every
conquer
time.
everything, and then he'd die, and it tries to go everywhere.
Which is exactly what happened in the beginning of the game, because who I was at the beginning was Sam, and it's like he conquered everything, and now in this game I was like, I gotta tie it together, and then I died.
Yeah, it's very normal.
So that was the problem in that game, and now in this game we have the fact that Tyler will be going before William, who knows nothing about any of this.
Yay!
Our policies are evoking widespread discontent among the people and nobility.
The nobility don't like you.
They hold them up as proof of the government's ill will. And what are they asking? I don't know what they're asking.
We either lose government reform progress, which is this part right here, or we lose a stability. Honestly, I'd say we should just lose the government reform.
We have +3 stability.
And we want to keep that as long as possible.
You lose a stability every time the monarch dies.
Yeah. It will trend downward, but we do get things for being at stability 3. We get a lot of bonuses for it.
One of the problems with stability with us in particular is that us being so fucking large means increasing stability is really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things I was trying to resolve, because if our government capacity gets under control, that won't be a problem. Which is up to you. Although government progress takes forever to generate.
Show me what the next progress thing would even be.
We would either choose decentralized bureaucracy. This would be a Ghost Council thing, by the way. Or centralized bureaucracy. So this trends upward based off of the autonomy of the provinces in our empire. Since our autonomy is really low and we're really concentrated, it trends up much faster. So we would either be able to increase, or I guess decrease the rate of... We would make the autonomy decrease faster, or we can promote 2 extra cultures.
Both of those are very good. Also, you can spend government reform to directly expand how much government capacity we can hold as well. You can do that as well.
But that'll be a thing that we will have plenty of time to do later on, because once we unlock these, we'll still get points, and we won't have anything really to spend it on besides that.
You can become a republic if you wanted to.
Don't you speak such blasphemous nonsense.
Let's have it. Okay, let's read those again.
Stability or minus 25 government reform.
Lose the reform.
Okay. And currently we have 93, so that went down to 68.
That'll take us a decade to regain.
Yay! German peasants have risen up in Hanover.
Have them all killed.
Seems to be their favorite activity.
Why is this happening?
They're
Probably
peasants.
because they're over their governing capacity as well.
The Fuhrer is
True.
not on the Ghost Council.
There's a 40,000 strong enemy army down there.
That there is. Oh, our admiral killed ships. So that's pretty cool.
Keep it up.
By the way, in this era, the only real way for us to siege properly is with the Navy. So if they have any forts on the coast, you should have the Navy outside there and doing the bombarding things and stuff.
Let's get our Navy over here and take out their Navy first.
Since we ain't begotten any of those fucking cannons, and I love using the barrage ability with cannons. I use it all the time.
Eat them up.
Yeah. Lithuania has declared war on their enemy, the White Rus. Okay, so we have an option here. Swiss. The Swiss have risen up now. We have an option here. We can either continue to blockade their ports here, and we would essentially hem their navy inside the port, and they wouldn't really be able to leave. Or we can send the navy up here to help with the siege.
Just continue what they're doing right now.
It shall be so, Malaysia.
No, they're fine up there. If we need to, we can just send an army to help.
That we can. So Hanover's done, and there's a castle there. They can handle that part.
Could put down Switzerland rebels as well. Getting that army tradition.
True.
Murder those rebels.
We get it for
the tradition
sieging
of
as well.
putting down rebels. Yeah,
Yes.
it's a tradition.
Oh, and it's trending upwards too. Okay, so this one is actually a really, really nice thing to choose from.
With the growth of our professional army, our new career opportunities abound for those with the ability and ambition. The old nobles, however, still expect to be all rewarded in the most valuable commissions out of the tradition of centuries and during the lineages have served the crown faithfully. Some of our higher officers are now imploring us to open more opportunities for able men to rise the ranks. Oh, so we're wanting to do
meritocracy in the army to make it to where all our officers are good little boys who went through the academy and stuff like that, or the nobles.
So nepotism or meritocracy?
The meritocracy will give us army professionalism.
Yes.
Whereas the aristocracy will give us a bunch of army tradition. Having higher army tradition increases the morale of the army, but army tradition goes away over time.
professionalism then.
Our army tradition is trending upwards, though, so at least for right now.
Army professionalism is difficult to raise and does not.
This is true. And it'll also make the burgers a little bit happier, and they won't be pissed off at you.
Do it, damn it!
It has been done.
We will have a meritocratic army. Our army is
a professional army.
We're like phasing the fucking nobility out of the military and starting to make it to where it's like an officer corps and everything.
Good.
Okay, we are making shitloads of money, so I think we should...
Looting all of Iberia.
We are making... currently just 2.4 ducats per month off of the looting. So a lot of that is just money we're making. So I think that we can probably replace one of these guys with someone who makes us more. So we can get more monarch points.
Yeah, those both of them are in their 40s, so they're going to go away. Although the one in the middle is Catholic. So you might want to get rid of her for a good
Have her shot with arrows.
Shall we replace her? Well, we can change these guys out, or we can just get one of these, whichever one you'd prefer to do.
Just get the expensive one.
Well, I suppose
he has
we could
ordered
afford
the
it.
expensive one.
You have ordered the expensive one. Our navy is now really fucking good.
We make 9 Diplo points.
Yes.
Oh, also, my king, something else you can do is you can assign one of the 3 categories to be the most important.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, it takes one away from the other 2, but and they go into whatever one you selected.
Yeah. So if you were to choose admin, then it would make it 9 admin and 8 diplo and military. If you choose to do that, though, you cannot change it again for, I believe, 25 years.
Yeah, it's locked in for a long time. Later on, there are things that make it to where the time it takes for that goes down, but
My son is 5.
Your
He
son
is.
is 5. The sad part is that you became emperor so young, is that it's very likely your son's gonna die. And what's gonna happen is you're probably gonna be like 80 and your son's gonna die. And then we're gonna have what happened with me in the beginning happen all over again.
No, no, no. We have plus 100% air chance.
It would
If
be
he dies, I'll already priority have another son.
I think the 100% is more, it just means it's double the amount that it would normally flat base would be. So it does mean that that's an incredibly, incredibly high chance that you can fix it. But, you know. Assuming you didn't just croak dead.
I won't die, ever.
Well, many have said that.
What is our afterlife like?
We have lots of sex.
Well, what is it called?
What the DeLoreans believe until Martin Luther comes and he says that's sinful.
It's heaven. That's what it is. We are still Christians, you know.
Martin Luther's going to come in. He's going to say all this free sex is sinful. Women need to get in the kitchen. These gays need to be stoned.
Ugh.
He's going to come. Oh,
The
We
sack of
sacked.
you sacked a place so fucking hard an event happened.
Yeah.
Traditionally advancing armies.
You can get more like discipline out of this and stuff. And army.
Professionalism.
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 It
That
has been
money's gonna
got.
come right back.
We sacked the shit out of Waska.
We have gained like decades and decades worth of professionalism out of this war.
We have.
Mm-hmm. Where are my 10 children? I only see one. Where is he?
You
We don't
probably
care
got
about your other
plenty.
kid. We only care about your heir. The other kids
Oh, okay.
will fucking die in a fire.
This
Okay.
army needs to replenish real bad.
Then do it.
There are
They've
This
been
is a
marching
rebellion,
around
and I don't like it.
Well,
They've just been marching around Europe putting down rebels.
yeah. And they
Have
need a
them
break.
rest, and then let them butcher more rebels, as tradition states.
As
They had full
tradition
drill when you
dictates.
started butchering the rebels, and now they're at half drill because they keep having to fill them up with new recruits who are not.
They are taking care of it. The Germans marched in and saw that they were waving a black flag, and they got real angry. They started seeing red, and then death happened.
Take more
What
territory.
do we plan on taking from these people?
All of it.
Well, we can't take all of it. What we can
My
do,
heart.
realistically, if we even really wanted to, this is the maximum amount that we would be able to take. We could put it all down to this, and that would be 100% war score. Or we can reduce what we want to take and not take all of that.
I'm just thinking about governing.
How do we... Is one of the war score things the expulsion of the religion?
No. But that is a thing that we will be able to do later on once we conquer it, because we'll be able to convert them.
Okay, then we have to conquer it.
If you had religious ideas, you can force people to do.
That's immediately next.
You could be like, you will have my faith. You are making an executive decision here, my vizier.
I was just about to ask, would you
Why are
like to make
come back-
workshops?
You're hovering over... You get off okay. Get off okay right now.
Get off of it.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh, scared me. Oh.
You were upsetting your king.
Would you
You're
like
hovering over
workshops,
okay.
my
Agreeing was
liege?
one thing. No.
Okay.
I don't
Hang
want
on.
to
Well, we need to get the religious ideology.
We can't.
That's coming.
We have to be level 7 before we can start doing that.
Yeah.
In administration? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. It's
Oh.
a tech thing.
Oh, okay, then get it.
Of course, my liege. I would never want to do anything you don't want, my liege.
That's good.
You'll get access to guns and also barracks, which are also useful.
We need to get that religious. We need the religion. I need it.
Well, don't forget about quality because
We have it.
You'll be no, but you still have to increase it. You can have it, but that doesn't mean anything if you're not getting the ideas in it.
Oh. These moose lambs must be removed.
Are they
This
gonna make
land
it?
is cursed.
They'll get there on August 4th. I think there's, if you hover, I don't remember where. There's somewhere you can actually hover into a thing, and it'll actually tell you they'll reach their ultimate destination. You're gonna lose that battle.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna pull out.
You have a lovely -2 on your modifiers.
Yeah, because mountains.
Oh.
The Germans didn't make it in time.
They didn't care to make it, I see.
Would you like to discover guns, my lord?
The German.
Guns are fun.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Want to make sure I don't do anything you don't want, my liege.
Yes, that is also correct.
Of course.
My other vizier reminded me to yell at you.
Tell your other vizier he's a poopy head.
I just saw
Is that an order?
I just saw the royal scepter just being taken out of the king's hand and being put in the vizier's.
I would
Saw it
never.
with-
I would never do such a thing.
You ordered the king to say something.
I did no such thing.
You were
King.
sending out messages, right? Forging a signature.
You can't prove it.
We have it on camera.
Also, since we have money, we can make workshops, and there are places that could use that, and they make more money.
Then let us do so.
So, workshops are only useful in provinces that have a valuable trade good or have a lot of production. So you see Lund up there, and that's the most valuable one. That's fish. And so what it's going to happen is you can build that
Fish
now
is
and make money. In the
stupid.
future, it won't. So, with the tax revenue, you can rely on these monies, notifications here. But really, you need to put workshops in places like London, Den Haag. Realistically, you need them everywhere. But besides that, you need workshops in places you know have valuable goods in them, or you know you're going to have a large production amount at.
I guess let's make the economy even better. Continue the work of my late mother.
So would you like to build one in London, maybe?
Yes, let us do all the suggestions that he did, because he knows the ways.
I've been playing for longer than he has.
I like to read algorithms a lot. You see.
I've read the algorithms before.
Well, you know what? In your playstyle, you like to neglect infrastructure a lot. I've noticed that by playing with you repeatedly.
Because I focus more on military stuff.
You do, and I focus more on infrastructure, so maybe when I advise something on infrastructure, it should be taken as noted.
I'm not saying that we have to disregard, I'm just saying that I know things too.
I can feel.
I like the rivalry. Fight for my amusement.
As you wish, my liege.
Remember?
He has two swords that are dull, like really dull swords, and he has to fight with them. And jab each other really hard in the ribs with them, but they're dull, so they don't penetrate. His hurt a lot. They hurt a whole lot.
I am amused. You may stop.
What other traits do
You
you
guys
have?
like,
You don't have those.
oh,
In
laying
4
on the
years, we're gonna
floor.
figure out more about your personality.
Yeah, in 4 more years, we'll find out how much of a horrible tyrant you are.
I am
We've been
already
occupying
cruel.
so much of Spain that we're now putting down Spain's revolts as well.
Fantastic.
We're essentially the policeman here in Spain now.
The alternative is they take the territory we've already occupied.
We don't want that because we're probably going to steal that land. Throw them out.
We're gonna throw out all the infidels. A
There's a
naive.
member of our
relative.
family who's been fucking about and being stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Should we execute him?
No, don't do it.
Wait, is it
Probably that.
named?
It's probably that German.
Also too,
He wanted to
tell
rename
me.
the country into a clown college.
I don't like clown college. That's stupid.
So execute.
No, do not execute me, please.
You are related, but that means nothing.
This family has such a history of massacring.
I'm sorry. I will reform.
You
Give
reform
me
to
one
our
more
ways?
chance. I will.
Will you be at Sunday ass?
Yes.
Will you let me use your ass?
If it means I can live.
There were
Hmm.
a lot of implications about this religion that I didn't care for. That I was talking about with like the priest putting their hand on the sword, like it's for God.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh, I see it. I got a fix.
Was that Haas?
Pause, yes.
Yeah.
It is. Haas is back.
Execute him.
Haas. Poor Haas.
Execute.
Execute him.
He has been executed.
He was drawn and quartered. It was slow and terrible.
Wait, am I dead?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
He was drawn and quartered.
but
I
It
did
was
the thing and I
brutal.
lied.
There was a lot.
It was
of
really brutal. It was so brutal that the peasants were like, ah, that's a bit much.
And then he lost prestige
What?
for it.
Yeah, they were like,
all-
the emperor's kind of an asshole, isn't he?
Can we like put each of his internal organs on a spike at each corner of that, like every spike on the wall of the palace?
Yes,
Is-
absolutely.
So that's one William Wallace you'd like then?
Yes.
Spread him
like-
out everywhere.
He looked at a menu of fucking execution, and he's like, I will take one William Wallace.
This pleases me.
We could also
I
pull
wonder what the
Spartacus if
ancestors
you'd
would think
prefer.
Ah, Spartacus, a classic. What about the old Julius Caesar, though?
That's when the king and all the council get really upset with someone, and they just push them on the floor. They all just pull fucking knives and start stabbing them. This is a very spooky king. He does for God.
The Mamluks
I
have
do.
figured out how to administer an empire. That means they just hit admin tech level 7.
Go to war with them.
So that's an event that makes paper more valuable.
Yeah.
I kid, of course. Don't actually do it.
Paper will be more valuable until the year 1821.
Yay!
Which is the end
I
of the game.
Yes, that's the end of Europa Universalis. Unless it's
What?
modded and goes on to the year 5000.
That's dumb. Because then we gotta move on to the next game.
Okay. Our
Well,
fervor.
no, I had a mod that made it to where.
But we want to move on to the next game.
Do we wish to do stability or trade as we are nearing the cap for our fervor points?
Yeah, so we need to activate a secondary thing.
Let's do stability.
Stabilite.
Yes.
All unrest will be decreased.
And Andalusia
Yes, people are
asked,
very unrest.
Andalusia asked for a peace treaty, but I went and threw it in the trash for you.
Thank you. We will make our own treaties.
I made sure to shit on it first.
I wiped my ass with it first, just to make sure that the message got across.
I blew my ass nose at them.
Revolt.
So you put your, I imagine you put your bare ass on it, on the paper, and you farted hard into it. And you
Just
Get hurt.
shart right onto the
We're
paper.
having through. We're
it
having
was like a brown stain.
here.
And it's called blowing your ass at the... Let this be remembered forever.
What contribution this has given?
I hate it.
My reign will be remembered forever.
Great part right here. This emperor, his like great grandfather was a George, probably, and things of that nature. It's like you're part of the same family as them,
Mhm.
and so if we get wacky and wild, we're the same continuity.
Is this good?
Yeah.
Das
It's
ist
just
gut.
something to think about. It also means that if we do something really insane, there's a good chance that something equally insane happened from one of our ancestors at one point.
I ate people.
Yeah, there was some cannibalism.
Sadly, this isn't Crusader Kings, and you can't have all the weird character development.
You can have the synths from Stellaris invade.
You can. You can also make a race of sentient polar bears invade.
Yeah, the Stellaris ones, the synths ones, they actually have a series of events that are related to them even. Like when they encounter the Mayans are like, the prophecy! And like weird tech stuff happens, and the Mayans get like dinosaur cavalry, and they start getting UFOs.
Oh.
And they get like a 50% combat bonus to their cavalry forever, and they get like a 30% fire damage bonus forever from the UFOs to fire support.
Hmm.
The Mayans.
Prophecy.
And if you manage to defeat the synths, you get like a permanent like 20% tech cost reduction globally, because everyone's like rooting around all that science shit that came from the sky. And there's a special thing, if the synths take Rome, the papal state gets a special ability called Last Stand of the Swiss Guard, where they get a permanent 5% discipline increase.
Ooh.
It's like a whole thing. They have like multiple events related to it and everything.
Is that in the
Something-
Real
mod, or-
bastards here.
No, that's not a mod. That's just in the game.
Oh.
I was saying that if it got to a point where for whatever reason we were going to just straight up lose somehow, if something was going to happen to where the Empire was just literally going to collapse to the point of unretrievability, and we didn't even want to try to limp on, we could just end it in glorious fashion and make it to where robots from space come down and kill us.
But Alba will never end.
It won't. Our use of mercantilist policies is proving frustrating for some of our merchants, causing some to defect to other countries.
We want to make our own money. Stop making us make you money.
Why do people want to betray me at every corner?
So
Because you killed somebody who was your wonder.
you can
I will
either
murder everybody.
not care, which gives us mercantilism, but we lose a little bit of trade power in the Lubeck trade node. Or we can loosen up the reins a little bit. We gain more trade efficiency. We lose a little bit of foreign spy detection. We gain institution spread throughout our entire nation. And we lose one mercantilism.
But we haven't any institutions.
We are
increases
spreading
spread.
institution.
I believe mercantilism is right.
I think that we should do institution spread. We also get trade efficiency, so we get more money out of it.
Trade efficiency helps the economy overall, but so does mercantilism.
Show me the institution that is in our country to spread. Does it exist?
It's all those striped green.
So that is the Renaissance? It is here?
That is the Renaissance. It is spreading, but it's not spreading very fast.
So we could make it go faster.
We can make it go faster.
Then I say that is what we should do.
Okay.
Maybe if they stop bitching and betraying me, maybe we'll get the Renaissance.
Over there, I'm actually doing a stream live right now also. I'll stop it and I'll come over there. Alright.
We have.
Okay, so fun things happened.
Oh.
My mother just called me, and she went out drinking,
Oh, fuck.
and she is so drunk that she can't get in her house.
Oh my.
And she lives a couple blocks away from me. So I'm gonna leave my house and go over to her house and get her home.
Okay.
Okay.
It shouldn't take me too long, but I might be gone for like 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
Luckily, I well know, because reigns are long in this game, people don't die randomly like they do in Crusader. It's not like my turn will happen, but when the ideas happen, I know he really wants religious ideas. I really want economic ideas, and I just want that out there. But anyway,
Understand.
I'll return. I will return here in a bit.
Very
But
well.
DeLoreanism! Alright, go get your mommy home. Tell her I love her.
All right. So now that we have properly conquered Gibraltar, we gained like 25 war score out of that.
Excellent.
So they really want to peace out, but we don't have to let them do that.
Yeah, take as much as we can get. Jordan says religious ideas.
I personally agree with religious ideas. If we're going to be conquering, then we should also be converting.
I think so, too.
Everybody agrees against Alex.
DeLoreanism is the true path. It's opened up so much to all the people in Europe.
Are you?
Gotta
Is
be sexually
your-
open.
Are you a paladin?
I might be the archbishop.
Well, you are the arch abbot, actually.
I am the new pope.
Essentially, yes. You are the DeLorean Pope.
Sunday ass will be mandated.
As it should be. It is a staple of our religion.
Women are equals in our society.
We had a number of queens. Like, the last 4 or 5 rulers we had were all queens. And they had male heir, they had potential male heirs. We just chose to make them queens.
I just love this. I love what we have going, and I think the world needs to see it.
Mm-hmm.
The arch abbot is the true.
I mean, we obviously are the correct church. Otherwise, God wouldn't have put us in charge.
Exactly.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Look how beautiful that all is. And then we're gonna build churches all around the coast.
Okay, so we got that one.
You are seafaring religion?
No, but it will be nice because we will own it when the war's over. We'll own that coast.
Yeah.
That was green.
Yeah.
And then there will be nothing but moose lambs there. And we don't want them there. And then that'll open the spread of religion to Africa and all of the Iberian Peninsula.
That will be nice.
And then the scourge of the moose lambs will be gone in these regions. Then we'll move to Italy. I am a crusader, actually, not a paladin.
Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me if you don't need it.
But I do need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving early. Geo. The sonic bark. So, I don't like this. There's 2 different acids.
What? There can't be that many kinds of antacids.
Yeah.
I don't like how one part is just called Africa.
It's actually because the Byzantines owned it for a while, and that was what they named
But
it.
now they called it Africa.
Well, yeah, that's where the name comes from.
So
That's
now-
what the Romans were the ones that named it.
Okay, so now Africa is a country as well as a continent.
Yes.
My God, I never thought I'd see the day.
I mean, it's named Africa because this is where the Romans interacted with Africa for the first time, because Carthage was right here where Tunis is.
So, the idea that Alex has about Rome, how do we feel about that?
I feel as though we should try to do as much of the world as possible before this game ends.
Mm-hmm.
We should be constantly conquering wherever possible. In most games, the real issue is just being able to do things early on. But we started out owning most of Europe, so that's not going to be a problem.
Indeed. I don't think that us becoming Rome should be a thing. I think Alba should become stronger than Rome.
I am
want
okay.
Rome. I want Rome, you heathenist bastard.
We're going to take Rome. He's just saying he doesn't want to change our name from Alba to Rome.
Fuck that. I want to be Rome. I actually convinced the old Albanists that this was fine, you bastard.
I don't see the point.
I want their traditions. I want the legions and stuff. They're so good.
They are really good.
They're really good. Our bonuses and missions suck.
Okay, I think it's about time we end this war. So, even if we were to take all of this land, it would be really, really bad because literally everyone would hate us. The big thing to remember is that, you know how I said whenever you take things, the people who are of the same religion feel really not happy about that? Well, this is Islam. And pretty much all of them will sign the papers that say, we hate you, and they will do a coalition.
100%?
I would say 95% sure.
That's whatever.
I don't think that's just whatever. We would be poking the bear of all of Africa and like half of Asia. Just so that we could have a strip of land.
The reason why we're
down here in
doing
the
this is
Mediterranean.
to push them out of the continent.
We can do it a bit at a time. We don't have to try and rush it.
Well, no, we're not going to take it all at once, because that's not physically possible.
Well, I mean, we can't take a lot at a time, like, period. I would say we could probably just take, like, this state. We still get a small coalition, but we would still make a pretty decent way towards Gibraltar. And since we aren't all actually taking Gibraltar, we could just do another war later on. I cannot stress this enough. Coalitions are what end games. And even though we are the most powerful nation in the world, a coalition is the only thing that can kill us.
Jordan says they need to be pushed past Gibraltar.
We can't take anything that is not bordering territory that we own. That's the issue. If I could just take Gibraltar, I would, but we aren't able to do that until later on. So we have to work towards it. Valencia is right here, I believe, and that's a good trade location. So we would get lots of good out of this war, and we could bankrupt them. And we could pillage them.
I guess. It's just not what I wanted. But if it is something that must be done, then we shall do it like that.
I want to make sure you understand. It is important that you understand that coalitions will absolutely be the thing that ends us, if anything. We can also force them to give them up and make them no longer a vassal. They'd actually probably like us a little bit more out of it, but it would give us a little bit more aggressive expansion. So that one I will leave up to you.
Force them to be free.
It shall be so. Are we ready to end the war?
I think so.
The war is ended. We lost 262,000 to their 192,000.
Oh.
But we kicked them right in the nose.
Look at that small sliver.
Mm-hmm. And I think we should give that right away to to Francia, if we can. Because what that does...
Alba will not lose. It is not an option. We've come back from the utter brink repeatedly, says Jordan.
Hence why I wanted to make sure you understood that that is probably the only thing that could make us lose. We put a lot of work into this, and I don't want to see it die.
Jordan, look what he makes me do. I don't...
So,
so
Francia,
sad.
I'm granting you these provinces. Now do some shit with
But
it.
they won't build a church on them.
We can build a church in there. We can build a church in our vassal's land.
Oh, we can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take all of this. Get it out of our hands. We don't want overextension. You can have it.
We're already a bit spread thin.
Yes, we are already over our capacity. There. You can handle that.
Build churches.
Where
We
do we
are
want to build
rich.
churches? Do we want to build it over?
All over the lands there.
They won't. They don't give us anything really right now.
What?
Like, if we
Just
build
do it
them
to
here
take
right now, it'll only give us a little bit extra because we just conquered them and they're very not happy. We have to wait for them to calm down.
Mm,
There are other places we can build that would actually probably give us more.
it's not about the money. It's about the spread of DeLoreanism.
It doesn't give us any bonuses to spread.
It doesn't?
All it does is give us tax.
No. No, I thought that's what it did. That's why I came here.
There's a mod that Alex and I play that it does do that on, but this is not a modded version. Well, it's Alba, but it's not a mod.
No.
The only thing that we can do to
fool.
increase the spread of our religion, really, is to take religious ideas.
Okay. I guess. We need that level 7.
And we're gonna get there. We just gotta get there. We did just win a pretty decent war, though. They were our rivals. And we kicked them right in the teeth. We made them lose,
Indeed.
like, 35 power projection.
Yeah.
Actually, do we even still have rivals? Oh. Yeah, we kicked them so hard, we literally can't make them rivals anymore.
Hooray. Who are those green folk?
Which green folk? There's a
The
lot of
ones
green.
on the rival screen.
This is the Arabians, who are kind of all around over here. They're here, they're here, they're here, they're here. They're all over. But they used to own all of this. And then they immediately split up after, like, the first month.
Oh. Let's see.
Oh, our ships. Where are our ships? Oh, they're headed back, so that's fine.
Hang on, I gotta go deal with Rosie real quick. I'm gonna let you handle things for a bit until I return.
Okay.
You've been given power, William.
The temporary insanity of the monarch. He's given me power.
Yes, I have to go feed Rosie. She's angry.
I
The
hold the
bun
scepter
requests.
in my hand.
Buns.
I look at it.
Don't do
longingly.
anything I wouldn't do.
Right,
You heard him.
sir.
You heard him, William. Make Germany the seat of power.
I'm absolutely going to stick this scepter up my ass. After all, what else is Sunday ass good for?
Did you see what Jordan said?
Yeah. A certain someone would be very lambasted if there was an issue that caused us to lose this mega campaign. Oh, losing in Stellaris would be the worst of the worst. After all of this effort, we make it through multiple games. If we do a world conquest, I think we're just going to skip up to Stellaris, though.
What is HOI?
Hearts of Iron.
Ah.
Oh. I don't like this one. So we can either let Tyler's wife's family help us increase the tax in Gwynedd, which is up here in Wales. And they will consider us to be in their debt, which I always hate. Or we can just say no and gain a little bit of prestige. And then they don't help us, but they don't expect us to help them.
I say no.
I'd say no.
But what would Tyler say?
Oh, he gave me power.
Now
You
it's
heard him
too
say it.
Yep, I did. Sadly, I'm a witness.
I suppose if we have to do that and just load it in for an immediate win, that would be fine. It must be seen. I'm okay with that. It's really, really, really nice that we can just walk all the way across Europe and not have to care whose land we're walking through. Like, that is... Like, I can't even fathom a way to tell you how much that is wonderful.
Do we have a historian on all things Alba?
I believe so. Alex was working on that for a while.
Oh, Hoss is back.
Is it? Oh.
Wrathful Hoss.
Well, I have it paused.
Silent Hoss.
So it's not saying anything. Because I told them no. Although you will have to tell me if an actual person decides to follow. Because I just have it muted for everything. Since they like to do it multiple times.
I gotcha.
What's our prestige? Our prestige is trending down. So,
What's the? Let me read it real fast.
Read what?
I was wanting to read the options we have here.
Oh.
The nobility often prove unruly subjects of the emperor, seeking to resist any infringement on their autonomy and seizing any opportunity to strengthen their position. This often includes making common cause with foreign powers. Recently, several key figures appear to have struck an agreement with Denmark to advocate a pro-Danish course of action in return for favors and promises. While not directly treasonable, this behavior is clearly detrimental to our interests. However, reining them in is likely to prove no easy matter.
So we can either tell them to stop with that shit. We lose some admin points, and the nobility doesn't like us. But we gain the ability to declare war on Denmark if we really wanted to. Who is currently being eaten alive by Sweden. Or we can just not care, and the nobility like us a little more, and we just lose a little prestige.
What's our prestige right now?
72.
We are trending down on it, yeah.
We have a regency.
No, Tyler just went to go feed the rabbit.
Oh.
He gave
I was like, where?
He gave
Don't
me
worry,
the
I'm
power
already
though.
back.
I stuck the scepter up my ass. So.
I am back. So after
you need
I'll
your
give
scepter,
you
my
this
liege.
decision. You're gonna make this decision because
Oh.
it is the last one.
Any rebels are at 90%.
I think they have
We're
to
gonna
pay
do
for
this
their
one.
treachery. Yes.
Yeah. They're just thinking about revolting. We could provoke them to revolt and just get it over with.
I didn't like losing the prestige.
I agree, just because we're not making prestige right now. Shall I provoke the rebels, my liege, and make them hurry up and die?
Shake them. Shake the nest of hornets.
He produces images of Muhammad and starts sending them out and sends the army to put down in degrees.
Yeah.
They are dead.
And they look like those World War II propagandas.
They will be ostracized.
We don't have ostriches.
Is there a reason that the speed's
want
not 10
ostrich.
trillion?
Because we were sieging and
Doing
well,
nothing.
we finished the war, and we were marching the men back, and it was taking months. So I sped it up.
See, France got that land down there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I gave it to them because we were already overextended.
That scares me a little bit.
Well, the alternative would be to get more overextension.
Yeah, no, I think I'd rather just take that because I fear France still.
He convinced me, Alex. He convinced me.
France is a scary country, and I don't like giving them more power.
My preference, actually, would have been to take some of that land and make a vassal state or a client state in there. But we're already over we're at our Diplo relations, so I didn't want to start bleeding monarch points.
Yeah, and I'm wanting to absorb Carthapathia, but then we'll gain Hungary as a vassal. And
Separate the wheat from the chaff.
We have
Now,
kicked out a bunch.
when are we going to make Lesser Alba part of Greater Alba?
Well,
Are they
need
crippled
for
yet?
their liberty desire to decrease.
it's grown recently.
Why is this happening?
My guess,
Land is too much and they're too powerful.
I think they've increased their development too.
Increase ours.
It will be a race.
Well, we've got monarch points we've got admin points and diplo points to spend. So, where do we want to increase the, well, we could just increase the capital. We could increase the taxes here at least.
Mm-hmm.
Do that?
Yes, do that.
Because of the goods that are present in Deloria, the only thing that's worthwhile long term to increase there would be taxes.
Money-wise, at least. We could still do it for manpower. Give us a bunch of sailors.
Yeah, we can just put that manufactory there, and that would do it. Anything else beyond that would be redundant. And the high production would be good only if we intend on the physical island in Deloria to be a very major shipbuilding section.
We've also reached development level 30, which means we now technically control a large city, giving us more of these points per month.
Hooray.
Yeah.
Is the state called Deloria, or is the city called Deloria?
Both.
Both.
It's both.
Will my mother's dream never be?
We have officially
No.
surpassed China.
Your mother died.
Which means we are officially the might of the world in all ways.
What's the gap on the Great Power list?
I forget how to look at that.
Oh.
Go click on.
Oh, up here. There we go. Oh, we've far surpassed everyone.
Yeah, there's quite a big gap between us and Arabia.
Yeah.
Look, you said no one has the Renaissance. It's fine.
I guess.
Hegemon?
These are really big bonuses you get for being a real big bastard.
Those are basically whenever you declare, I am no longer a great power, I am a super.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I dominate sections of the world. On the grand scheme of things, we're still kind of a regional, because we are only in Europe, but we are Europe. In the future, Alba's rod will be so long.
Throbbing with power.
Some jack will not be embracing DeLoreanism, and he'll get the rod.
The long rod of Alba will first reach down to the Suez Canal and then out everywhere else.
Yeah. Which is why I want us to be Rome.
I think we should go Rome to Byzantium to the Suez and then out.
You know, one of the things that Rome gives us is it gives us government capacity stuff.
It does.
Because, you know, empire. Because we got Britain's shit, which means that they want us to do Navy stuff in colonies. Because they kind of rely on tariffs and colonial nations. We're not going to have any of that. At least not anytime soon. We might steal from other countries later.
Oh, we stole from Andalusia also, by the way. Made Deloria bigger. We've got points to spend to do the idea, so we could increase our cavalry combat and do the Acts of Union.
That could be fun.
It is so. So our capacity has been increased, and we're doing pretty hot.
We should develop the land.
Where do we want to develop? We can't do more taxes here, but we can do production somewhere.
Any development in the capital state won't really increase our government, our governing capacity, but anywhere else technically will. But anything within the governing the capital state, not just the province of Deloria, but all of that, quote unquote Denmark.
It's all islands. Fish.
But any development there won't technically make it even harder for us to govern.
We could just put it here in our capital and make the Renaissance happen more. And it would just make our capital more money.
I don't even know what this Renaissance even is.
Well, you've heard whispers, surely, by now.
You speak of it as if it's a greater religion than DeLoreanism.
Oh, of course not. I would never give up Sunday ass.
You would give up Sunday ass for Ren ass ants?
He goes to Sunday ass to study anatomy, I think is what he does.
But we already know all of this. We've seen it.
He does the little Leonardo da Vinci drawings when he looks at the movements and rhythms.
But that man has never touched an ass.
I mean, he was...
Let's send him to touch an ass.
Wasn't he, like, notoriously a little bit of an incel?
He was arrested for sodomy once, Leonardo da Vinci was.
Oh, I did not know that.
He was arrested, he was with a gay prostitute, and they got him for sodomy, but he was arrested actually with a member of the de Medici family.
Oh.
And they made all the charges disappear.
Weird how that happened.
And then after that happened, Leonardo da Vinci became, like, insular with his sex and didn't really express himself. That was because he was obviously gay.
Makes sense.
He was being gay, and he almost got. And so he's like, oh, I'm not doing that anymore.
I learned my lesson.
Shall I develop Deloria?
I think we need to develop other provinces. We need to make sure that we absorb lesser Alba. We need to make it whole.
You can't develop anything in Lesser Alba because that'll just exacerbate the problem.
Yeah.
Right. So we need to do it in other regions that aren't in.
Well, that won't really affect it. It just goes off of the development total.
Yeah, there's good old London.
Could develop London.
London's our
London's
trade
good.
capital, so if you increase the production there, it'd be really good.
Develop
Yeah,
London.
do that.
Just use it all.
Sure.
Beautiful. And that'll help
Yes.
spread the Renaissance into the British Isles as well.
Very true.
Beautiful.
Delhi has
like
a peasant
the yellow
war.
splotch.
We have more than enough money to get any of these.
Get the expensive one.
Another
priest,
woman.
And rest. Oh, well, okay.
Well, we could. Well, I mean, we don't really care that much about unrest. Because I think that's just for our nation. I don't think that applies to our vassals.
It is, but our people are always complaining, and our leader is so cruel and instigating the people all the time.
I like to have a fun little torture every once in a while.
He is a real shit.
What was the second personality trait?
Did I ever get?
Still haven't got
Not
one
yet.
Almost.
1 year, and I'll know if I'm even worse.
Oh, you're tolerant, actually.
Oh.
You're cruel but tolerant.
You've decided that you spent some time in Spain during the war, and you realize these Muslims, they're kind of all right.
Like,
they have math and stuff.
I guess that was the reason why I didn't take all of it.
You were like,
all the territory I was going to take.
There are prospering times.
Ooh, this is the best one you can possibly get.
It's really good.
Oh. Dubosek the First has become renowned for our country's artistic achievements in the blossoming economy. Artists, philosophers, and poets are flocking to Deloria, and the thriving economy has allowed extensive artistic funding. Several fine architectural buildings have been erected, and beautiful gardens are built to demonstrate our country's wealth. And many members of our new intellectual elite have ideas how to improve various parts of our country.
So you can just straight up get admin power and tax, diplo power and production, or military power and manpower in New Brandenburg. So this is
the urban infrastructure.
This is a thing that specifically comes whenever provinces are in prosperity. Prosperity happens when you develop in a province, B, whenever provinces are not looted for long periods of time.
And the ruler is decent.
Yeah.
As well.
It helps when the ruler is decent.
I guess I'm decent.
I was better.
So they make cattle. So we don't
care about production.
Yeah, we don't care about production, but it would be a decent place to do manpower.
I would do taxes.
Either one, really. Manpower would just give more soldiers from it, and taxes would just give us more money. Whichever you would prefer, my liege.
Do taxes.
We have 2 minutes.
Does that lead into more, into the level 7 administration?
No. Well, I mean, it gives us more admin points, but
it's only 25.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Oh,
it's mostly just the development that matters.
Enough money to build like 25 churches.
Oh. Can we build 25 churches right now?
I mean, we can. Would you like to do the infrastructure?
Yes.
Let's show how religious you truly are and build 25 churches.
Just keep spending until it's all gone.
No, we'll do 20 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
It's like a thing where it's like in Crusader Kings, it's like, I got a lot of money. Let me build one church here and it'll take 10 years. Now it's like, build 20 churches across the empire.
Of course.
It'll be done in a couple of days.
It's the scale of power difference.
Okay. Do we want to use this as a stopping point?
I think this is a good point.
Yeah, the final act is building almost 24 churches.
We stopped at January 1st, 1470.
Yet, or am I young?
26 years since we started.
Oh,
the golden child. You've done much.
The golden child, yes.
Yes, sure. Your son, me, I'm not that great at military stuff. I'm really not that great.
Guns.
I'm just not that great at all. You could replace it
Wait.
with somebody else.
Question: do we have guns and we haven't adopted them in the military?
No, there's no need to disinherit if you want, because one, there's actually a high chance that your heir's going to die before you're done being emperor, first of all. Because heirs don't tend to last until you're like in your 60s. They tend to go away before.
It's true.
Firstly, and secondly, even if your stats are that low, that's totally workable. We have enough money. We have enough money that our advisors can handle it. So all you'd have to do is like focus on the military and then get a good like Diplo advisor and it'd be fine.
Not incorrect.
We have enough money to where if we have a incompetent boob in charge, it's fine.
Are you sure you don't want to be aborted, son? 10 years a bit late. I asked my son.
Is it an abortion if I'm already 10?
Already 10 years old. It's like, you want to be thrown in the river, my son.
It's better than being called infanticide.
It's just murder.
Grab you by your little footsie and like pull you towards the Tower of London.
No.
Hold you off by the...
No, please. No, please.
You want to be aborted?
Another thing we need to do, that's something that will definitely spell a king, is whichever king gets like a monument we have control of up to level 3, that's a legacy defining thing.
We
monuments really, we have that Stavager church up there, yeah, that stave church.
What do we...
What did it take to improve it? Money?
Yeah.
It was just money?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I could have been doing that.
Well, hold on. It's money, and it takes a long time to do it. And you have to either... If you don't want it to take literally decades, you have to spend thousands and thousands of men to get it done. It's a whole thing, and every stage it gets more and more costly. But really, you want to get them to the third stage, because the third stage is always whenever they have a lot of global bonuses.
If I'd known that, I wouldn't have built 20 churches. I would have
Also,
made the powerful one nice.
We can always cancel the
Cologne?
churches.
Where's Cologne at? I think I see it. I see Cologne right there. So yeah, there's one there. There's another cathedral there. So there's that. There's the big church in Rome. There's the church in Paris. There's the Stave Church in Norway. And all of those give strong bonuses, and since DeLoreanism is Christian, if we controlled all those directly, they would give very strong bonuses. And also there's the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Also, we need to take the Holy Land, because Jerusalem has stuff.
It's owned by Bulgaria right now.
Well, they're coming up
Holy
next.
City of Jerusalem.
That one's probably the one we need most.
That would be very useful in the mission.
We could start a crusade eventually.
Crusade?
So, there actually is reasons. Also, all the ancient wonders of the world in the Mediterranean are fucking powerful. Go look at Athens. You go look at Athens, okay? So it's advisor cost 20%. Look across the sea to Halicarnassus, over in Mentesi, I think. It has institution spread and tech cost decreased.
I want to be Rome.
So, we want beat Rome.
I want to be Rome.
It's so powerful.
We're still gonna be Alban, right?
We can.
No.
We can.
Talked about how
we can pay lip service to Alba, but we'll be Rome.
We're gonna transition to basically evolving. Yeah, that's really powerful too. It's another idea cost, advisor cost. But
our legacy.
We'll transition from Alba instead of it being like a place.
We need this. Oh no, that's just for Muslims. Never mind.
It's only for Muslims.
The bastards.
They have the big black rock, and it makes them very, very powerful.
It spins.
I do believe they added a sort device for wonders for the monuments. I don't know where it is.
Okay.
But I do believe they added one in one of the more recent updates. In one of like the map sorting things. so that you can just sort of zoom out and see where all of them are.
Are you sure?
It's. I also don't know. Is this fully up to date? Because they had that. They had an update that they pushed out recently that had stuff in it.
They had an update before I actually turned it on and got on, but I haven't seen what you're talking about
Great
yet.
projects.
Oh, there it is.
So there you go. They have a sorting thing. That's because
Hey.
people were making mods for it, so they added. So now you can physically see them.
Yeah.
There's the Kremlin.
Hagia Sophia. Petra.
Petrovos.
Shirvan.
I can't pronounce that.
Baku Ateshka.
The one in Morocco. There's the Great Mosque of Jin.
I don't know about that one.
I've been a hado.
Benahado.
And then there's Stonehenge.
Stonehenge.
Oh, that gives missionary strength.
You must be English.
Tower of Lundan.
Lundonium. But okay. We can go ahead and wrap it here.
Okay.
Because I have to get up in like 4 hours to go drive.
Great.
Yay. But yeah, for you people who are watching, greatly appreciate you. Thanks for doing that thing, and make sure you like and do the comment, and you slap that button, make that follow happen, do those script subs, yeah, and spam. Anything else?
I'm going to have a Reconquista.
Retweet that bell is a thing we say.
I kind of got there.
Also ring that bell, everybody.
You gotta retweet the bell, and
Your emperor commands it.
It's been commanded.